All right, we are
really
live,
changes
and
water.
I'm
Like I had a
mirroring
lot before I had this machine. I
from
had a lot
Leak
of stomach
Project
problems,
stream.
almost Crohn's. So after I started using the water for a few months, I noticed my symptoms of Crohn's started to disappear. And I've been using the water ever since. I don't have problems with, my gastrointestinal problems. I don't have any problems with that. And I just overall feel better now at 50 than I did at 30. So,
isn't that amazing, right?
Yeah.
We're those backyard scientists that are guinea pigging on ourselves first with these different types of colloidal waters, the monoatomics, and the structured water. And you do look a lot healthier even right now than a few months ago, brother. And you've also since started putting more signals into it, where before it was just magnetic and flow, the vortex flow that you had starting out with it.
Yeah.
And then now you've put signals, frequencies into it as well.
Right. See, the first thing, if anybody's interested in this water, start doing some back research on Victor Schauberger. He was studying the flow of water. He was also working on gravity devices, but he was also working on how water flows in nature. All right. And what are those properties? What happens to the water? And he studied this for years and years and realized the vortex, when you have like that tornado effect in water, there's some real key biological changes that take place in water. And he refers to it as called water implosion. When you implode the water, it changes the biology of the water.
The structured coherence.
The other thing too, like
structured coherence, I believe, is what they call it. Quantum coherence, structured quantum coherence, essentially.
Exactly. So the other component of it too is also the water flowing through the rocks, through the streams and rivers. Those rocks have magnetic properties. And with the magnetic properties of rock, basically the water can absorb electromagnetic frequencies. Like we're in a storm of this electromagnetic interference. I'll get into that a little bit more. But with the water, what happens is it retains that frequency in the water. It absorbs it like a sponge. So when it starts flowing through the rocks, through the streams, and through the rivers, it neutralizes it in the rocks. The rocks have a natural earth frequency that brings that water back to a coherence, of a natural coherence with the earth. So I actually seen a couple of experiments.
Because you're putting the Schumann resonance into it, correct? The 432 hertz as one of them?
Yeah, well, it's the earth rocks and the stones that are in the rivers neutralizes the transient parasitic waves that are in the water. So it has to do a neutralization. Then after that, you have to inflate the water with vortex. All right. Now, take it a step further with the machines that we built, which we used Royal Rice. He developed these frequencies that he could actually use to change the biology of the water to give health effects in water. So 432 hertz seems to be a very key frequency that is used in this water for overall good health. There are many different frequencies on the chart, different ailments, say like lung disease or gastrointestinal problems or certain type of cancers. There's a frequency for every single ailment. And I think right now there's over 200 different frequencies for different health ailments. So the list is getting bigger and bigger because people are experimenting with these frequencies and basically infusing that, or reprogramming, I like to call it, reprogramming the water to hold this frequency. So when you make that water with that frequency, you bring it into your body your body reacts to this. So yeah, it's definitely a science that's been going on for quite some time. Dan Winters, he's another guy that's really studied this quite a bit.
Absolutely. And Rex, if you're listening right now, and the next time you have Dan Winters booked for your channel, as I know you've had him on at least once, if not a few times, we have a list of questions that we would love to rack his brain with. And I'll let Mike continue with
I'll see if I
some
can
of it.
get him back on. Yeah, he was a great interview.
He is, right? And there's so much in his multiverse that it's like he packs so much into it that we'll try, if you can, before you approach him, Rex, we'll put together maybe 2 or 3 options of like chapters of specific topics, and then according questions to send him ahead of time. And I'm sure that he would love it, because we've both, myself and Mike, have obviously been following his research for a long time, and it corresponds with our own on so many parallels.
Sweet.
Sorry, Mike. Yeah, continue,
yeah,
please.
It's okay. Yeah, so anyways, right now I'm in the process of putting together a smaller version of my machine for a friend of mine that lives not too far from me. He's right into, ancient, the pyramids and what their actually intended use was. So he's right into the ancient tech. And he found out about my water machine, got a hold of me, and lo and behold, it 1 town away from me.
Nice.
So we met up, and now we became pretty good friends. We're actually, tomorrow, we're meeting up at this electronic surplus store in Toronto tomorrow, which is my little paradise. And we're going to look for some components for the new build. I got most of the stuff right now for his machine. I'm getting some components that I'm going to be doing for the new motor build, which we can talk about tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, tomorrow, maybe text me before you're at that shop, because we've been planning, and I need a full parts list myself to make, but why we haven't fully done it is now you're downsizing or scaling it to a more practical use sort of thing for reproductions. That I've got another friend that I've actually met off of YouTube that lives in the same city as me that wants to build one as well, and whatnot. So we will be reproducing a couple of these. A quick question, sorry, Mike, before you move on. You were saying that this guy was vindicated a bit through the tests of this water, and before you had mentioned that some of this water had come out as it was 20% denser or heavier mass once it's structured, once put it in.
Heavy water, because regular water is H2O, and my friend of mine that introduced me to this water system, he found out this water is actually H3O2. So the genetic water's actually been altered. It's a heavier water, so you can really notice, like if you take spring water, 2 cups, one with spring water, one with water. Now, my dad is good for feeding crops, and you don't need as much water. You can effectively hydrate and irrigate your gardens with a lot less structured water than you do regular water.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of that myself too, and I'm starting to do some controlled experiments where my I guess it's colloidal water, right? Colloidal silver, it's about 15 to 20 parts per million of silver within the water. But mine is much stronger because I have the pure monoatomic silver and gold. But essentially, it's structured water / colloidal plasma water of silver and gold that I'm going to start using in controlled experiments, even out in the vegetable garden. 1 line of lettuce, regular hose water, 1 line of the colloidal waters. And I've seen the Keshe Foundation do a lot with their structured waters and testing it for agriculture. There's one guy, Vancouver Island Ormus, I believe, out on the BC west coast of Canada, that's been growing using the structured water for a long time. Ken Wheeler's
huge difference in the size of the crop The fruits and vegetables are a lot more lush. They're a lot juicier and a lot larger, about 20 to 30% larger. So
I've even seen
obviously,
some that they're getting and claiming results 2 to 3 times in size, but
yeah,
that's with advanced mixtures of different mono or ditriatomic
yeah.
nitrogens with like all of the different metals and nutrients and stuff like that. But
I
it's
know
years and
there's
years of trials.
yeah, yeah. I know there's a large farm in Australia, and he's been using the structured water for quite some time now, and he's shown some real dramatic increases in crop sizes and quality. The quality of the products way better, way healthier. And I actually seen the video where they were doing some taste testing of banana peppers and the potency of these banana peppers were like way more spicy than your average, banana pepper because of the structure water used to grow. Not to mention that the banana pepper was twice the size. They grew them at the same time in a controlled test. Two of the same, one had structured water, one didn't.
Exactly, actual controlled scientific methods and tests.
Yeah, because he had to test it. He had to really find out if this was actually real. And lo and behold, it was. So he's been using the structured water ever since.
Yeah, myself, I've noticed, but I haven't done it in a controlled method, so I don't claim it. But just from keeping my own colloidal plasma water in the fridge, a jug of it, it seems that the vegetables food lasts about 2 to 3 times as long before it starts to turn, go bad, or grow mold. And like vegetables that would be like a week or two usually are lasting 1.5, 2 months before they even start to go bad.
Right. I'm going to show the machine here in a second.
Perfect. So you guys can all see what we're talking about. Mike is actually going to show.
The machine actually got shut off. I forgot the other day we had a power outage. I forgot to reset the machine. But it's a little better because it's not so noisy.
And hopefully by the end of the summer, we should have it set up where that'll no longer be an issue because the generators will be keeping the power supply going.
So there it is there. And I don't know if you can see the vortex spinning.
Absolutely. The black hole right in the middle, what looks like a shadow, that is the vortex. Yeah, there we go. I can see it go all the way down to the center of the drain.
See that? So that's the machine there. I used like a brewer's can and modified it with the water purifier on it. The piezo transducers and the coil are on the side of it. And below it's all the pump and I got the magnets set up there. Basically neutralizing water so I can use high powered neodymiums. And yeah, so I have to reset that right machine. Shut up that power machine. So I have to do that. These are all my experiments here. Got my 3D printer and all that, all my gear, and I got this big cabinet. I got stuff everywhere. So they got my that's the Gerard Lawrence setup back here. Got that all built. Then I have the John Smith device that's under this mess. So yeah, I got a lot going on here. So
okay.
yeah, definitely got a lot going on.
Sorry about that. I was just responding to a question in the leakproject.com live chat there. So it was and I will ask the question to you for the audience in case I was wrong. Is it still water if it's like you were saying, it changes it to heavy water? Is it still technically water if it's no longer H2O chemical composition? And then I said, I believe so, because heavy water is just an extra neutron, correct? So it's a different isotope of water, or is it actually deuterium or a different type of water?
Okay, so H2O, so you got hydrogen and 2 oxygen. So in this water, O2. So that means there's an extra oxygen molecule in the water now. with extra oxygen, it obviously has now changed the genetic makeup of the water. So it's more dense water. That's the best way to describe it. It's more dense. So I figure it's about 15 to 20% more dense than regular tap water would be. Like when you drink it, you know right away it's structured water just by the feel in your mouth. It's that distinctive, right?
And another thing with my own electrolysis cold fusion experiments, where there's definitely heavy water being produced off of the reactions and stuff, there's what are called EZ zones, exclusion zones, and it's where there's different layers of water within the actual container that some have particles or the monoatomic plasmoids floating within them, and then immediately above it it's completely clear water with nothing in it, and then there's a different type of above it, and then it seems like there's also different types of water densities separated between them. And from, I believe it's Jared Pollock's work out of I think Washington University or the state of Washington, Seattle, somewhere around there, I believe, but Jared Pollock, he does this exclusion zone research and field, and that they've actually found that the water molecules themselves, there's separate into positive ions and charges within certain parts of the exclusion zones, and then negative charged isotopes, ions, in other parts, where the water is literally turning itself into these separated charged batteries all on their own. It's nuts.
At times I've had structured water where I drank quite a bit of it that day. Like I would take it with work to me. I would put it in a water bottle and take it to work with me, and just drink that through the night. And one night, out of the blue, I work in machine shops. It's pretty, it can be dry, and stuff like that. So I had to go to the washroom. I had to wash my hands. I was going to eat. Present, there's static electricity.
Sorry, everyone. I'm back. We're back.
I can't hear you, Bernie. You're on mute.
Hui. Yeah, sorry. Please continue, Mike. My computer was disconnected there for a sec, so I was just reconnecting everything because I'm also streaming on my channel. We're in Zoom streaming to leakproject.com, and then I'm also trying to load all the comments off of each of them, so that is why it's a little choppy, guys. Sorry. For the next one, I'll have it actually connected properly to Ethernet. But continue with what you're doing, Mike. It's awesome.
So we're taking this water generator to the next level. We're gonna make it into orgone generator. So we're gonna get the components for that, and we're gonna layer the outside of the tank with the insulators, cotton and steel wool.
Is there sound of Mike right now?
Of that, basically covered the entire tank. And over a period of several weeks, we're now going to accumulate orgone energy in the water. So that should be very interesting to start doing some actual tests with the effects on your body,
That is super cool, because I've got all sorts of orgone pyramids and stuff like that. Yeah. And sorry, LCD meter, I guess, is the actual device or tool that measures the negative electricity and the energy. Is it electromagnetic? LCR, that's what it is. Yes.
I have one now.
Nice.
My friend that lives near me that we're going to the shop with, he actually purchased me an LCR.
Perfect. Yeah. I've got mine in the mail from China, so it'll be a couple months. But just to fill everyone in, these LCR meters actually measure the electromagnetic frequencies that supposed
it's resistance, inductance, and capacitance.
Okay.
So
they measure inductance, resistance, and capacitance of the energy, but supposedly will be able to actually measure the energy fields of these orgone devices, where we can actually have scientific evidence and instruments showing energy and measuring energy from these orgone structures, technology, or proving if they don't work also, right? It could be either or, but I feel that it does. I definitely suspect it will.
You know what? Orgone energy is real. I study a lot of writings and stuff that Eric Dollard's been working with, and he's been experimenting with Wilhelm Reich's works for quite a few years, and has actually proven that the orgone generators are actually real. He did an experiment. We talked about this on your show there last week. He made a box. So basically, what an orgone generator is a capacitor, okay, that doesn't have the outer plate on it. Instead of having a plate on it, it's actually a combination of layers of steel wool and cotton, layer after layer, with a separator dielectric. Some people do it 3 to 4 layers. Some people go crazy, they go 10 layers. But the inside chamber is steel. So what happens is that all the orgone gets absorbed by all these layers of cotton and steel wool. It draws it towards the center of the box, where the steel part of the steel hollow box inside of it gets trapped and starts bouncing around inside this chamber and is locked there. So what they do is they get the stuff called flex. Most of it's made with aluminum. The one you should try to use is steel. If you can find steel flex, you drill a hole into the middle of the box, put the flex tube in there, and then you take the flex tube and you attach a funnel off the end so it's kind of fanned out like this. And what you do is you point it at your plants. So he built this box, put the funnel towards the plants in the garden. The plants turned away from the sun and faced into the orgone generator within about 30 minutes. They actually physically moved. So after that, he knew it was real.
That's intense.
In 30 minutes, a plant to actually move away from the sun and direct itself towards the orgone generator.
Yeah. That's crazy. Away from the sun to the orgone generator. That is huge. Because I've seen, for those that might be skeptical, I have actually seen there's the One Stop Energy Group, Daniel Nunes on YouTube. They make a type of rodent coil, and they've shown experiments they've done where they run energy through their vortex coil with plants surrounded in complete darkness, and the plants still grow, and the plants grow larger and bigger the closer they are to the coil, and that they actually bend in and grow directly into the coil energy or these energy fields themselves. Thus, the orgone essentially being a similar thing.
Right. So one of the biggest things that Wilhelm Reich discovered, see, those are those pyramids you can make with the material. But the big discovery that Wilhelm Reich made is he found out if there's electrostatic energy present, orgone is there.
You literally
So,
had took the words out of my mouth right before you said that. I was debating, do I say that I suspect that static electricity is the type of energy that orgone is using emitting? And it is,
well,
right?
I mean, it's a conjugate. It's a conjugate of orgone. Yeah. So if you're making basically like a static generator, or you're creating any kind of electromagnetic field, and there's electrostatic properties involved, orgone is going to be present. Maybe not in huge quantities, but it's there. So these orgone accumulators or orgone capacitors, you can call them accumulators, but Eric Dollard refers to them as the proper name is accumulator. And if you can trap this orgone in a box and direct it towards, say, a plant or even a person, you're going to get some pretty good effects off it. Actually, very helpful effects for your body and well-being.
And I've seen a few YouTube channels that have supposedly made these like orgone generating like chairs that heal, and they have like big types of Tesla coils and plasma coils and stuff all over them. But the channels have sadly since disappeared, but I've seen a few of them over the years, and they look pretty like
even
sincere.
Like in a closed area, and you start to use some electrostatic properties, we're just beginning to find out there's actually some real weird anomalies that take place when you're in a small closed area with electrostatics. And one of the places I used to live at, I was doing a lot of experiments with my pulse motor, and I was doing more experiments with the Faraday disc. And it was getting some very and all those anomalies disappeared. They weren't happening anymore. So basically, living in the environment that was, I think there was some sort of static properties were trapped between the walls where I lived in. And because of it, I was getting some weird anomalies that now I'm not really experiencing here at the new place I live. So there's a few stories I could tell you that are actually blow your mind on what people have done in the past. Actually, I would be scared to help them. This is one story that's actually quite fascinating. It still actually blows my mind every time I tell the story. There's the guy who's a YouTuber. He did an interview with an older fella that's in the free energy stuff, and he had a son, 3 sons, and the youngest son was a little bit eccentric. He was different. He was definitely somebody that was very intuitive and liked to play around with stuff and do experiments and stuff. At this time, it was about the early 1990s. He lived in Anchorage, Alaska, and he had a steel, I guess, like a mobile home trailer, 30-footer, and him and his brother and his friend would just start to, mess around with some transformers. So they pulled a transformer out of the, the old CRTC screens, the big tube, screens that they used to have with computers back in the early 90s. That's all.
Oh yeah, you can get the good tubes out of those bad boys.
Yeah, so he pulled a transformer out of this thing, and what he did was he grounded the transformer to the metal frame of his trailer. And he also had an antenna that came down through the ceiling, and he had a metal steel desk, like the ones that you saw back in school back in the 90s.
Oh, I know the exact type. I had a busted one that was a drafting board, huge metal, just so much metal.
So what he did was he got the table and he put tinfoil all over the table and got 3 big 4-liter jugs of water with salt in it. And he put the high voltage power in each of the 3 bottles. So they were like capacitors, saltwater capacitor. And from there, he grounded it to the metal frame of the table of the desk that he had. So, anyways, he decided after that to flip the switch on and see what would happen. So, lo and behold, they heard some crackling and stuff, and the lights start to flicker a little bit because he had over 1,000 volts going through the frame of the RV, and walked outside and noticed that there was this blue glow, corona forming around the whole RV.
Really, a big black blue plasma field around it.
Yeah, just like sitting right on the edge of the actual frame, going all the way around this glowing blue.
Wow,
so
that's cool.
So they went back inside and started messing around, doing a couple experiments. And then he realized he was able to, with his mind, move the cursor on the screen with no mouse. And he goes, well, that kind of weirded him out a bit. So they got paper clips and they got pencils on the table, and they were able to actually start moving the pencils and the paper clips on the table just using the power of their mind. So now they've got these telekinesis type powers. They were able to move small objects on the table using their mind.
That's woo-woo as that may sound, I've actually heard of multiple other stories, mostly through the Keshe Foundation, but also Dan Winters actually goes deep into it. And it's that these plasma balls, plasma fields, that blue aura, those purple auras, it's a plasma aura around a plasma field. Once you're in that, have that plasma field interaction or creation, that it simultaneously is telekinetic or connects through the mind. And there's many different stories of people having experiences of telepathic connection to plasmoid or plasma beings, orbs, energies, fields, etc.
Yeah, so to kind of add to the story, so after he saw that, he moved the cursor on the computer screen using his mind, and then they were able to move pencils and paper clips and all that stuff on the table. They're really getting weirded out. They go, okay, we're going to really put this thing to the test. Let's try to think of something that could naturally happen outside of here. Let's think of a really strong wind. Well, that night, Anchorage, Alaska suffered one of the worst windstorms on record. It did over $4 million damages. Motorhomes were flipped over. A huge amount of damage happened the next morning. After this happened, he was so freaked out about it, he tore the device apart, never built it ever again. So obviously he was tapping into some realm.
Right, and Dan Winters, keeping him on topic, that is something, Rex, that we'll have to get you to bring up next time you have him on, is talking about, he talks about the flame in the mind, and through your conscious flame, which is plasma being flame plasma. So your plasma in your mind, that some of the, I forget which tribe of indigenous it was, but I believe there was one in Tibet and one in North America that he referenced, so 2 total, where the initiation of the shaman is to be able to like steer the winds or the tornadoes through this flame in the mind. They can also produce a physical flame from their mind, like and light a bonfire from it, was one story that I've heard him talk about.
I found that scenario kind of similar to what I was doing, because I was in a confined area. So what they did was create an electromagnetic ionic Faraday cage, and the power that held within it, I guess it charged every single electron and molecule inside that trailer, that you basically enhance the power of the mind, because our mind works on electrical impulses. And if you're in like a swimming pool full of electrons, energy, that's now interfacing with your mind. So having these telekinetic powers, being able to move objects on the table with your mind, and thinking of a powerful wind, and then the next morning there's this big disaster where you live, with a big windstorm, and that was kind of like the test that really blew him away and freaked him out. He was apparently really spooked out by this, actually terrified. If this kind of thing got into the wrong hands.
Sorry, Mike. I keep going. I just have to take a call. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Sure. Yeah. So that's what's dangerous about this device. I'm live right now. We get into the device, they start wishing that say countries would get attacked, and then the next morning they get attacked. Like, this is like to be used for evil, and I think that's what scared him the most, and that's why he tore this device apart. Is because of that sole reason of something like this getting in the wrong hands. It could be used as a terrorist tool. So, and it was kind of ironic, that story. I started listening to some podcast with Eric Dollard, and he was talking that's wrong with it. He basically came to the conclusion that the the power grid was designed as an electromagnetic terrorist device. Because if you got that amount of electromagnetic frequencies, transients, all these hyper oscillations, all this stuff in there, he says it is nothing but a giant terrorist tool.
So now,
in the interview, he was discussing what you have to do to fix this. But
there's so much neglect to our electrical grid, hey, and we've talked in depth about how inefficient the type of electricity is, the grid is, the generation, how they move it. It's horrible.
Pretty much,
it is.
That's what he said.
Poisonous frequencies.
Well, it's a lot of transient 60 hertz. 60 hertz is not good for the body at all. That's why Tesla was working with high frequencies, finding certain bands of high frequency were actually very helpful to the body. Like me, I'm using 432 hertz in my water, and that's one of the best frequencies used in the human body for healing properties. So see, Bernie's holding up these orgone generators. If anybody's really interested, the best place to start with this, with the orgone generators, Wilhelm Reich.
Exactly. Wilhelm Reich being the original inventor of the technology, and then being suppressed. And it was in what, the 50s, 60s, or earlier?
No, it was in the
40s. Yeah, even earlier. So, quick demonstration for what's so crazy is that what I'm illustrating here with these three different orgonite pyramids is this third one I had. It used to be the exact same response, and then I put it in with this, what I suspect is like some sort of mercury compound that is formed off of a part of my alchemy and electrolysis, and that the structure was already made. I didn't add anything in. I just had it around it, and then afterwards, ever since. So this is a green laser going into them. It used to be green on this one too, but watch. So laser going through, it's green all the way. Green laser, you guys can see. Yep. Green laser all the way through. You guys can see the.
Yep, see it well.
Red. The laser turns red while going through, and then it's green outside afterwards. But this laser is
what's different? So what's different about that one?
It was exposed to this the copper when it turned into this red mercurial, Mercury form, as the Alchemist and Isaac Newton call it. And then I noticed that a little bit of the red actually somehow got inside of the resin, this already sealed epoxy of this pre-made orgonite generator, and I just noticed that it had that same, what looked like this mercury red monoatomic or diatomic around it, and it seems to be somehow it got inside the bottom of this pyramid, and ever since this green laser is red as it goes through.
I think what you did was transmutated it. You did that exposure to it.
Exactly.
BurEye, have you put it in your plants?
These ones, not since it was done, and not in the last couple of years. I've just had them in my lab, and all the plants are upstairs. But I should do that.
Yeah,
start testing.
Or put it through a seedling, like right next to a seedling, and see what happens. Like do one control that's not near it, and put one with that pyramid right beside it. Put it actually in the pot. I'm really curious to see what would happen. If it's drawing in orgone energy from the atmosphere, that should hyper accelerate the germination process of the seed. So
100%.
Experiment, I'm sure you can probably break that up pretty fast.
Right, and it's that time of year in Canada. I know probably everywhere else in the Northern Hemisphere has already planted their gardens and started their seedlings, but here in Western Canada, it is finally spring and time to get the gardens planted. Well, it's a little late. We planted in May, but it's early enough that I can still do it for this year, and I need to get it done.
We've had a few days here where we had excessive 30-degree weather, so we're well on our way to get summer. So it's kind of ironic we're talking about this orgone stuff, because I've been working on energy devices probably for pushing 10 years straight, all the time. I was doing experiments in 2005 with the brown gas hydrogen generators for the car. I was doing that back then. So that was kind of the first time I got my feet wet in this field. And it came back, and I got into the the free energy devices. And it's kind of funny that I'm getting into this orgone stuff, because I'm starting to realize, that there's a lot of crisscrossing of free energy devices, orgone, and all these different forms of energy. They seem to have they're intermeshing with each other. There's relationships that are the same between, say, an orgone generator versus a pulse motor versus a John Smith spark gap.
Right, it's these type of energy that the radiant energies that they all seem to be drawing off of, and lots of it's plasma, but then some of it's 0 point, which can't really be explained under the current system, which then shows that it could be this ether dimensional, higher dimensional stuff. But for the plasma radiant stuff, that like the orgone, it's static electricity, and it seems to be like that spark gap, the arc. It's anything that once you get that plasma state is able to absorb through an endothermic reaction, suck in that radiant energy around it, and turn it into that usable current power, correct?
I think, honestly, I'm starting to come to the conclusion that orgone energy, electrostatic energy, longitudinal magnetodielectric energy, and all those energies are actually
scalar, for instance.
Of itself. Yeah, even scalar too. I think orgone energy is part of the scalar field. I think they're all interconnected, and I'm starting to find out there's many similarities. It doesn't matter if it's my water machine or my pulse motor, my Adams motor generator, or the John Smith device. It seems like these energies are now starting to show that they're very much interconnected with one another. We're just using certain parts of that energy to do certain things. So like the John Smith, we're using the high voltage, high frequency power to create electricity that you can use for a house. or charging batteries or whatever. And the orgon is another energy force that has a lot of holistic value to it, healing properties. And Tesla was working with longitudinal magnetodielectric or scalar waves, and he was finding out certain frequency bands were actually beneficial to the human body. But there's also frequencies that are out there that are also
harmful
to the body.
Absolutely.
So,
can you say again what you called Tesla's specific types?
It's longitudinal magnetodielectric.
Okay, longitudinal magnetic dielectric, because
Magneto.
that is more of a scientific description and understanding of what layman's terms was his cold electricity or this cold current.
It's an impulse energy. So basically, Tesla was making transmitters that could transmit energy at great distances with the zero energy loss. There was instantaneous propagation between point A and point B. So he had this interview. He was doing a lecture with Chris Carson. This was back, I believe, just pre-2000 time period. And he was saying that it goes 296,000 whatever miles per second, and then somebody else in the crowd goes, but that's exceeding C, which is speed of light. And he goes, well, yes, it's exceeding C. And he goes, well, how's that possible? And he goes, well, according to the calculations of static electricity, propagation is 296,176 miles per second. And he goes, what's the limit? And Dollar looks at him with a funny face. He goes, there is no limit. With a smile. So basically, it's instantaneous propagation between point A and point B with zero energy loss. That's what Tesla
quantum locked, essentially. It's
a quantum energy transfer to the highest order. It exceeds. C is nothing.
And Michael Tellinger, actually, if you heard or seen Michael Tellinger's work, he's a researcher from South Africa, but he goes into showing or explaining that there's a type of sound wave. It might be the Sazer wave, or it might be a different type of sound wave, but it's shown to be simultaneously, like, throughout the universe at any time, like the quantum locked central sort of reaction, as opposed to the sound barrier slow, like Mach force sound barrier, as opposed to this other sound wave that seems to be exponentially faster than the speed of light, as essentially quantum entangled. That's the word, quantum entangled with the universe.
It was a false kind of, you could say, theory that Einstein put out. And Tesla did not like Einstein one bit. Tesla was a very, very nice European man with good manners. But the second you start talking about Einstein, he went nuts. He called him a fuzzy-haired freak. Word for word. That's what he actually called him.
Right.
Yeah. So if you have Nikola Tesla calling him that obviously means there are theories that, Einstein was putting out that totally go against everything that Faraday, J.J. Thomson, Maxwell, all these pioneers of electricity.
Heavy side.
Crazy heavy side things. They would go crazy over Einstein.
Walter Russell, yeah.
So, yeah, Einstein, he was put there to basically put the brick door in front of everybody from learning that electricity has these incredible, fascinating.
He was tasked essentially with writing out the fourth dimension, or connecting in everything, and erasing the ether state and the old understanding that was a unified theory. And what a lot of people don't know and that's been written out of history is that Einstein was the head of the U.S. Patent Office for a very long time, and there's actually several allegations of him plagiarizing as well as censoring other inventors' works.
He stole everything. He stole everything you can imagine. He stole heavy side, a lot of works of heavy side. I believe even Maxwell, he was stealing some stuff off of him. You know, to me, Einstein was the biggest fraud ever. Just look at his educational history background. It's got to tell you that. And then he becomes the smartest man on the planet? I don't think so. I don't think so. He is the biggest fraud in science history. And he was put there to put this line in the sand that nobody's allowed to cross. If you cross it, you're considered a coup. And the powers to be wanted this line in the sand so electrical engineering could not carry forward. After Steinmetz died, so did electrical engineering. He was the last guy that was able to put electrical engineering into simple algebraic mathematical equations that everybody can understand. And after he died, that was it. It was all Einstein after that. You know, the light that shine in my house right now, the transformers staying on the poles outside. The Einstein, that was impossible. How is it not possible? Because it's working right now. It's powering our world. You know, a physicist is electrical engineer's worst nightmare.
In our current Einsteinian freaking backwards realm, essentially.
Yeah. All electrical engineering died with Steinmetz. After Steinmetz was gone, that was it. It was done. By that time, Tesla was already out of the picture. Totally recluse because it was blackballed by all the Wall Street gangsters, you know, J.P. Morgan, you know, the Rockefellers and the Bilderbergs and all those guys, and the chefs, and the list goes on. And they did what they could to break Tesla out of the history books. They couldn't totally write him out, but they greatly marginalized the stuff that he had and what he was doing. They pushed him out of the history books as much as possible. Like if you talk to an electrical engineer today,
why it's called a Musk or why it's called a Tesla and not a Musk, you know, because they're doing everything they can to erase Nikola.
Yes. See, if you ask an engineer today that went for electrical engineering technology, and you ask them one question, did they ever talk about Tesla and all the work that he did? 9 times out of 10, they'll probably say no. He's been written out of the books. He's been written out of the textbooks. He's been given no credit whatsoever for this stuff. But I think that's starting to change now. There's kind of been a Tesla renaissance happening. People are starting to
absolutely
look into history. So
Tesla Tech being a very good part of the community and exposure and culture.
But just like ordering a book online and picking up a book and reading it, you know, like Tesla written about Tesla, you know, there's some good information out there. There's some bad information out there. But it's good to pick up a book and read every now and then. And read about Tesla because, you know, he was one of the founders of the world that we live in today. He didn't develop everything, but he greatly did change it. He did leave his mark. Yeah. I think I have the same book. Yeah,
it's definitely a good one, and I have a few more as well. And it's like the conspiracy world has gotten so out there in just this mangled like metaverse that is our current dystopian reality, that there's half of the quote unquote woke people are claiming in alternative history, especially community I've seen, say that Tesla didn't even exist, that he was a psyop. And it's just like face palm. Like before you make these sort of claims, how about just picking up a book and reading the person's own words before you write off some reality belief, or writing off reality and a false belief that these pillars that were censored didn't even exist at all, because all of the knowledge is out there. It's just up to the individual to be a self-initiate into it.
But, it goes even to the simplest question. Well, actually, it's not a simple question. You go through electrical engineering, you ask them, okay, what is electricity? And the first thing they'll say is, oh, it's electrons flowing in a wire. Well, actually, you're wrong. If anybody tells you electrons is electricity, they're wrong. Electrons are not electricity.
No, the atom atonian model, or the, I guess, particle what is it actually called? Whatever the model is, it's
J.J. Thomson was the guy who invented the electron.
It's
found the electron, but the electron is actually the purity in electricity. There's two components that make electricity: magnetism and dielectricity. You cannot have one without the other. You need those two components, then you get electricity. The electron is the third component that's attracted to the magnetism. Okay, so say like a transformer core. Okay, the magnetism or the magnetic field in a transformer amplifies, it transforms, it increases the magnetic field. When you increase the magnetic field, any electron that's in the air around it is now getting drawn into the transformer. So guess what happens? When the electron is introduced into the equation, guess what happens? Number one, you get heat. Okay?
Your resistance and your giant waste of infrared electrical energy spectrum as opposed to the cold. Yes, that's
the history. So basically, the electron is the destructive element of electricity. It destroys electricity. That's why Nikola Tesla, all his coils did not have a metal core. They were air cores. So if you don't have, or very, very small amount of an electromagnetic field influence, well, guess what happens now? You have cold electricity. That's why I can touch a Tesla coil that puts out 11,000 volts and makes a spark almost 2 inches long, and it doesn't kill me. But if I were to put a metal core in that and do that with 11,000 volts in it, guess what? Fried chicken. I am fried. I am dead. It's because the magnetism is drawing all the electrons in it and makes the cold electricity now hot electricity, and that's the stuff that kills you.
Exactly. The wow, amps, right? The heat, the burn.
Well, Tesla coils can generate up to 2,500 amps, but it won't kill you because you're using an air core. All right. I could, eventually, if you hold it there long enough, you'll get a RF burn, right? You'll start to burn your skin.
Oh yeah.
You won't die. You won't die. But since you introduce metal core to the situation, now you got the current. So you got 2,500 amps. Now you got a lot of electrons there. Guess what? Now you got a lethal weapon. What, you get shot there?
I was demonstrating that burn, the arc that will form every time off the top of it. Let's see if we can show a better example.
You're pulling on me. You could do it more if you have a piece of tinfoil on your finger. You'll actually get a bigger arc.
Okay. Well, next time. Here we go.
Or anything metal. Copper wire.
Oh yeah, I got a copper. So can you see that? There. How about now? How about now? The purple. Can you see the purple arc? Oh, a little purple. There we go.
Oh yeah.
And if I wasn't holding this copper coil capacitor and touching my finger to that copper wire instead, it would be burning a massive black hole arc through my skin, and it's deep.
If you hold it long
Oh, exactly. Like holding it for like a few seconds like this, it does burns huge.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can see the heat part is orange flame, orange plasma, but the rest is purpley, pink, blue, which is cold plasma and cold electricity. And there's a huge difference between the two energies and types of electricity specifically.
Yeah, when you get into the plasma stuff, then you have to start worrying about gamma and beta and all that stuff in the microwave frequency. So Tesla was very much a pioneer of the microwave technology. So yeah, when you get into the plasma physics, you really know what you're doing, because if you get into the gamma and beta emissions coming off it, actually it's pretty harmful to you. So until you're really familiar with plasma physics and how those how the plasma can be altered into the gamma, beta, you have to really be careful.
Point in case, when my dad first got us a Geiger counter, I held it up to this guy, and when you get within 2 feet, it just starts going insane. Like within a couple feet of these, it goes up in the hundreds, if not, I think we got to 1,000 almost at right next to it. But it's a different type, though, right? Of radiation.
It's picking up electrostatic emissions off that, right? So you'll affect the Geiger counter.
Okay.
And, the best way to test the Geiger counter is like look at that box on the ground, and it's going to pick up if there's a gamma or beta waves embedded, especially if they're in formation of rocks that's high in iron, iron ore and stuff like that. So yeah, there you're starting to get into pretty complicated electrical engineering and stuff, but anybody who's getting into it first is start read Faraday, read Maxwell, listen to a lot of Eric Dollard's stuff. He has a couple of good conferences where it's called Energy Synthesis, and that's a good one to watch. Gives you kind of an idea of what electricity really is. Now, the big debate was, does electricity flow through a wire, or does it flow around a wire? Well, if you listen to Eric Dollard's lecture, you'll find out that electricity actually flows on the outside of the wire, not in it.
And there's more and more understanding, teachers and like physicists and electrical engineers that are understanding that, as well as YouTube scientists and whatnot. What's the big one there? Oh, I forget the guy's name. He's got a few million. It'll come to me, but he did an episode on it.
Dan Wheeler?
No, it was the one channel did it, and then Eric Dollard did a review of it like a week later and was like, you almost got it, but you're way off this way. It's gonna come to me. Frick. Oh well. Next topic. It will come. Electricity, it's a field. It doesn't go through the physical mass. It's going in the electromagnetic field around the metal element and wire, not through it.
See, the guys in the past, let's say around 1890s and all that, the guys that were experimenting with, the telegraph system and radio, those are the guys that really understand electricity. If you want to learn about electricity, try to find in your neighborhood or in the community like a radio club where guys build ham radios and stuff. You will learn stuff you never thought possible. The guy who's an old school ham radio operator, or the guy that's guys out there with crystal radios, those are the guys you want to learn, because they know the old school fundamentals of electrical engineering. How to build a coil, what's induction, what's the capacitance, what's resistance, what's inductance. And you're going to learn all these terms. So it's really a lot of homework. Electrical engineering is not my
It's so much. It's ridiculous.
Because I learned it. I'm learning stuff. I still have a lot to learn. I don't do everything.
You and me both, brother, right? It's like sponges, and we teach, but we learn more.
I've learned over experience. I build stuff. I'm an experimenter. I build devices and try to analyze it. Sometimes making a device the first time, I got results that I hadn't had the foggiest idea what the hell I was doing or what I was looking at, right? Especially with the pulse motor. When I started using the spark gap switch, I started noticing some interesting anomalies. I was able to charge batteries real fast. Number two, I was getting very, very low entropic. So I was creating a very, very efficient motor. And also I was, with the spark gap switch, I was drawing in negative energy system. I didn't know what this stuff was.
Right, and they don't even acknowledge it in universities or schools or modern academia or theory, right? So it's like how that when you're experiencing it for the first time and the effects of it, it's like you're learning it all and having to put it together, and then you draw off of other researchers and people's knowledge and their own experiments and experiences that we're having similar results. Well, I guess if you trust science and 3 out of 3 people are having the exact same experience or results doing the same tests all over the world at different times and recording it, well, maybe that is the actual case because that's what's happening. And as for not fully understanding, sorry, Mike, before I let you go on, it's like some of these coils, they're triple solenoid coils with all sorts of different wrappings and numbers, and then I also have different metals other than coil, or copper solenoid on the outside, but some of them have steel, some of them have zinc, brass, aluminum wires, as well as the inner solenoids. I try to do in series of 9s in my wraps, but it's like I still am just fully grasping the actual electrical engineering aspects of what I've built and what the effects are going to be of these devices once I hook them up and start experimenting with them. But I built them out of my mind almost a decade ago now, and I've never actually hooked them up to run these tests and stuff yet, because it was like first I had to learn the actual theory behind it, the science behind it, and then what some of the possible effects could be, because these, from what I've seen, and on Bob Greenier's channel, Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project, they're doing very good work and have shown a couple other researchers that have been starting to experiment with these vortex coils, triple solenoid coils, the toroids, and just putting small amounts of voltage through it, where if I had just hooked it up to something with like 100,000 or 1,000,000 volts off the get-go, I could have exploded my entire home for all you know. And that's the crucial part, is you're learning it one step.
That's why what I suggest to people when they start getting involved in this stuff, start with the low-powered stuff. Okay, start learning how a circuit goes together. What the effects are, what can happen. Like I've blown up so many reed switches, I couldn't count that high. But I eventually learned how to run a reed switch properly, how to isolate it out of the circuit so it doesn't blow up. So these are things you got to start from square one. Go in baby steps, right? When you start getting into high-powered stuff like I've done, very easily I can if I don't watch what I'm doing. And I've had a couple of those calls where, I had a capacitor, a voltage capacitor discharge on the body, and it didn't feel too freaking good. I'll tell you that right now. So, even guys that are a little bit more experienced and work with a little bit more high voltage stuff, still something can happen. You got to be careful and take the precautions so you don't have an accident. Because, like, anybody who's getting into this, I'd stay away from any of the high voltage stuff. Stay away from it because you don't understand what you're dealing with. Start with the simple experiments like making a dual beam circuit.
Absolutely. That one is key. Also known as a bell ringer circuit.
No, a jewel ringer.
Jewel ringer. And I have to say the same for my electrolysis, right? It's like, and thank God I talked to Bob Grenier about it, where, as I suspected, my intuition, but it's like I've never gone over 5 volts that I've put into these electrolysis, because you'll actually have radioactive decay in these cold fusion alchemy transmutations, and people have died because of it. And if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to kill yourself very fast. And to just start with like a 1.5 volt battery when you're first doing it, don't even use AC electricity sort of thing. Like when even starting little circuits and stuff like that, it's like you start from the ground up. You don't go with the knockout blow the first time, because that's gonna knock you out when you get zapped.
Yeah, exactly. I was playing with the HHO stuff in 2005, and I'm playing with hydrogen, it's one of the most explosive gases known to man. And
I'm making it in my house and yard every day.
Exactly. So that's why BurEye takes his experiments outdoors for ventilation purposes.
Exactly.
Stuff like that. Always take precautions. Dealing with elements or electricity, or doing transmutation of objects like BurEye does in his experiments. Do it outside. Don't do it in the house. That's the last thing you want to do.
Exactly. Like I do all of my experiments outside, except for the few little ones that I do inside, because for the streams on camera. But it's like I have 2 giant sliding doors and windows wide open the whole time it's running, and I try to run it for a very short time. And anything bigger, or specifically for the purpose of producing the Brown's gas, HHO, hydrogen gases, whatever the aim of each electrolysis project is, it's for those gases. You got to do it in well ventilated, well controlled areas, or things are going to go bad fast.
So to kind of sum everything up here is the educational part. So people that are live today, the best ones I can recommend is Dollard, Ken Wheeler, I guess you could say Peter Linderman's another good choice.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to think of the guys that are still alive, because some of them are not here anymore.
Like Stanley Meyer.
Stanley Meyer, John Bedini, he was another good one. He's no longer here. Unfortunately, he and his brother passed away on the same day. And that was shortly after he revealed the window motor and the zero force motor, which I found out he started designing zero force motor. Guess what year? 1977. John Bedini was inventing that.
Wow, I was unaware.
He released it 2015.
Damn. Wow, hey? Your life's work that you wait till the very end to do, and then sure enough, they still got him, I guess, eh?
Yep. The year before he died, he released the zero force motor. He was designing it in the 70s. He just released it that year. You realize if he didn't release it, he died? That's
crazy.
That would be a big loss, And there's been some great inventors that died off, and they basically took it
to the grave. Yeah.
Like I know one guy that took it to the grave. Probably the most notorious of all was Floyd Sweet, the BTA, and he just would not let go of his stuff. He would not let go of it. He would not open source it. So all that information, all that great engineering went to the grave.
Lost forever to humanity, and that's the sad part. And thank God that the times are changing, the overall community, humanity, and just society, and that more people are waking up to this reality. More people, like, there's literally like tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of small little independent YouTube channels, just like yours and mine, of like just a couple thousand subscribers, but each of them have hundreds of videos of different like free energy projects or just electrical engineering projects, right? And it's not that they're all like gonna power your house or anything like that, but it's discovering, and it's real science, and it's real actual discovery building and understanding and learning.
Yeah, Bernie, I think it's time we need a break here.
Yeah, so I was gonna
throw a video on.
I was gonna ask you, are you able to load it up? Are you on your computer or no? Because I have low BadLands. Okay, I'll do it. It should work here. So good call. I'm gonna load up one of Mike's most recent videos from his Faraday research channel and play that for everyone. Actually, sorry, no, preloaded right now. First, it was the Science of Sound episode 4 that you were also on from last week that was supposed to be also live on Leak Project last week, but now you get part of it this week. So enjoy. We'll put that on right now.
I'll be back.
Please do tell me if this is working and if you guys can hear the sound.
Messing with the frequencies is something I like to do.
There we go. Oops. How is the sound, everyone? I hope the sound is good. We will be right back.
Let's change it. To play that record just properly, Ken. Oh, what's good is rough. That's good. See, when you mess with the frequencies, you have a whole bunch of different definitions of sounds. You're like, well, it's good news, everyone. What? Let's just see what the professor has to think. You sound sounding all right so far? I hope I'm not bothering anyone. Echo. Hang on, let's just breathe. Hang on, all right. All right, back to you. You know, I'm just doing that thing, resonation, sound. It's always one of those profound things that Ominous loves to carry out in and between segments of most intellectual conversations. And yes, they slice, they dice, they cut julienne fries. But wait, there's always more. You stupid. Hey, what's that?
We want it no other way.
I think Alice Cooper just ate a chicken. Something happened.
That was amazing. And thank you, Ominous brother.
I hope it was okay on the freestyle. It's just what was on the dome. I hope it was okay.
It was very good. It was very good.
Training up.
Here we go.
The general consensus was fire.
That
So,
was good.
Get over here.
And it's a very good intro to the topic because, of course, you know, the human beatbox, right? We're all human sound vessels, really, aren't we? We're frequency condensed, and frequency is sound. And so everything is frequency as well, really, which is the big, you know, scam, right? This is what they try and tell us, you know, all the seance and everything, and all their physics, and they're explaining all this physical universe, but it's not really what we experience, is it? It's more just what we see on TV.
and what resonates with the human soul. When you
Indeed.
feel the sound, you don't just hear it, you feel it. And resonance and sound, it's a huge part of us figuring out the Tartarian and this Antiquitech and the science of the ancients and the past civilizations. So I think that's pretty good for us in this episode. We'll dive into the Cephegios a bit, and then maybe look at Starports by the end of it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Of course, as it says, in the beginning was the word, right? The sound, the vibration, the frequency, mixed with intent, maybe.
Right? And the sound with intent is manifestation and creation.
Well, it's everywhere. And you look at it in the Bible. Look at Jericho and the walls.
The
And
wall.
sound. And you turn down that power, and how there's science that connects that possibility of how powerful sound really is through vibrations. How destructive it can be, especially decibel levels.
Well, I mean, yeah, right, the brown note.
That was supposedly a thing. I've been a retired military person emailed me some disclosures, and we started talking, and he specifically told me a story where they accidentally played the brown note through their coils, and everyone that was within that radius shot themselves in the garage. And yeah, it supposedly actually exists.
Yeah. And there's, we've all heard the stories of people getting thoughts implanted into their minds through frequency. And yeah, I mean, it's just everywhere, right? And I mean, singers can shatter glasses with frequency. Spells can, spells like frequency words can hypnotize people.
Make them anxious. Give them superior, like it could be a weapon. It could be weaponized in making people feel vulnerable, which is really bad because that's very possible.
Indeed, they do it. It's documented. Like Marilyn Manson, for instance, he does the soundtracks to influence the people within the movies, as opposed to him just making music these days. Mike, before you, sorry, I know it's late, Faraday. You maybe want to talk about some of your experiments with sound and the signal generator and how you're putting it into the water in your water machine.
Yeah, well, I've been at it now for the last 2 years now with the water machine. A friend introduced me to the machine, and I built one myself. So I started getting into the harmonics of how harmonics affect water. And we're finding out more and more evidence is coming out that, harmonics can actually be embedded in water, reprogram the water. Magnetics is also a big part of it as well. So I've got piezo transducers attached to my tank, and I'm using sound waves to pump in 432 hertz into the water and restructure the water. So getting some very interesting effects. Improving your health, your well-being. A few times I was drinking the water, and I went to a regular water faucet to wash my hands, and I got zapped. I got electric shock. So obviously, the water that I'm making is getting charged. So yeah, it's just something I've been working on less, like a side project, and I'm finding out some interesting things. I'm starting to introduce
Schumann resonance.
Yeah, 432 hertz. And I have one giant quartz crystal inside the tank. So I've also got the piezos resonating against quartz crystal to amplify that signal even more. So yeah, it's a work in progress. I'm doing a lot of experiments with that. I did one experiment with the piezo on the table, and I put it was about a 1-inch piece of quartz crystal. It had a bit of carbon in it, and they had the facets on the end. I believe 4 facets. I sticked it on top of the piezo, put my finger on top, turned it up to 432 hertz, and I had this, it felt like electricity going from my finger all the way up to my elbow. I start resonating all the way up to my elbow, almost instantaneously.
What was that? When you just touched it?
Yeah, I just touched the top facet, the other side of the facets touching the top of the piezo. So I turn the frequency on, the piezo's vibrating the crystal starts resonating, and that signal hits the nerve in my finger and goes all the way up my elbow.
You need travel. Can you show me how to make one of them? I want to send it up my arm. I'm still having issues with my arm. Stuff.
Yeah, that's going to be one of our next future projects is rebuilding them so we all have access.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if I can send shockwaves up my hand, it'll get it working faster.
Well, it'll probably improve circulation. It's got circulation problems.
Well, yeah, it's the circulation that they're working on now because that's the main thing. But I used to get the opposite when I first did it. I was getting shots going from my shoulder down to my fingertips, just going boom. And I'm like, yeah, painful. Yeah. This would actually probably cure that. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So yeah, send me anything you've got on how to build it. Of course,
very easy. Just buy the piece.
We're gonna do a video with the entire list, like parts list, and then an actual build day where Mike instructs. And we can do it with you as well, Kevin. We'll get the parts list together and then we can episode.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. We are back now. How do I fix this? pause share. There we go. New share. How do I end the share? Oh gosh.
I don't see my video feed showing up.
Yeah, me neither. Rex, where are you? How do I? Oh, stop share. There we go. Now it's working again. Sorry,
I'm gonna have
guys.
to head out very soon here, Bernie. So I don't know
Okay.
what other stuff you have to line up.
Yeah, I was gonna go over in part 2 some alternate history stuff. But one more time, give a shout out to yourself, your channel, your work.
Yeah, Faraday Research R&D up on YouTube, and I also got Proton Mail. I also have a Patreon page, so if you're interested in some of the more detailed stuff like the schematics and the drawings and all my ideas, all that stuff's posted in the Patreon.
Oh, now we got video back.
Yeah, so I've got quite a few followers now. I've been around a while. I'm just starting to come out with a lot of the stuff I'm doing. So I got the new project. My favorite surplus store in the Toronto area. I'll be hopefully getting stuff to start the zero lens motor, the zero force motor, call it. And yeah, so I've got some ideas how to construct this device. It's going to implement quite a few different aspects of what I've learned over the last 4 years and kind of try to implement that stuff into this motor. So yeah, it's going to be, like the Adams motor type switching system. Then you're going to have the coil setup arrangement similar to the zero force motor setup. And then I know how to make lens-free coils or generator coils. So that'll be implemented into the system as well to get even more power out. So it's going to be a lot of stuff going on in this motor. And I got it visualized in my head how to build it. So yeah, it should turn out to be a really good build when I'm finished with it. And if I'm thinking what I'm thinking, there's gonna be quite a bit of a game changer as far as over Unity and also high output.
Is there a flywheel in this one?
There's gonna be 2 wheels in this one. So they're gonna be on a shaft. One's gonna be designated as a generator with the Benita's coils, which are lens-free coils. And then the second wheel is going to be the zero force motor setup, which is going to be basically the prime mover of the system. If I get it tuned right, it'll take only microwatts to actually power this. If I can achieve microwatts just to power the machine up and get it running, then extracting power using these coils, I can, pull out quite a few more volts off the second wheel to power devices or charge batteries, whatever. So it's going to be a very interesting build. Nobody's done what I'm going to attempt. So yeah, it should be a very interesting build, to say the least.
We look forward to it because it's literally you're combining 4 or 5 different past projects and learning experiences into one new massive what should be quite fruitful production. And just before you go, I'm double checking that there's no questions for you on the leakproject.com questions as well as on my YouTube, because you're awesome, Mike, and thank you for joining us as always. Faraday Research on YouTube. And I will play another video of yours specifically here once you take off. Rex, if you're still there, I was having an issue where the video wasn't sharing for my YouTube, but it was still sharing for the Leak Project or the Zoom, so that's good at least. I might have to end the stream on my channel if it doesn't share next time. Anywho, so your next build is the Adams build, motor build, but tomorrow you're going to the spare parts store or used parts.
Surplus, yeah, the surplus store is pretty well known in Toronto because there's stuff in there. He has like 40, 50 old signal generators, 2 amplifiers, just stuff you can't
So
find.
jealous.
Yeah, stuff you can't find anymore. This guy's been in business, I believe, 40 plus years. So he's an older gentleman, really grumpy. But, when it comes to the surplus stuff, this guy, he's definitely the go-to guy. So, yeah, gonna have some fun tomorrow, rummaging through his shop. So.
Nice. Yeah, John Hutchinson, as well as other APEC attendees, always talk about and talk very fondly about trips to the surplus. Exactly. Whether it's Army, Navy, Electronic, Air Force, there's good ones all over Canada and the US, especially in the US. But Hutchinson says
they're disappearing. You have to know where to go. Like this guy here's been around for a while, so he's got stuff in there that you just really can't find at a your Radio Shack or stuff like that. It's just stuff that's not around. It's not built. It's basically it's surplus. It's old army stuff. So sometimes it's a real can turn into a real pot of gold. Going in there and really find some real interesting stuff.
Well, I hope you have the best luck and something pops out for you tomorrow that is extra special. If you want to just, sorry, I need one more minute while I'm loading up your page and video in the background.
Yeah, it's just like all I can say to everybody who's listening, I guess we're kind of new on the Rex Research channel. Just start experimenting. Get on the bench. Like I was a skeptic at first, and then I started building stuff, and I started seeing these really kind of interesting effects, especially, when I started running one of my motors, and it was running this, battery. I had one battery running the system, and all of a sudden, I'm realizing, okay, this battery should be going dead, but it's actually charging. It was actually doing the opposite. Instead of discharging, it was charging itself. So how is that possible? So when I started seeing stuff like that, like,
right,
maybe there's more to this than what I understand. That really piqued my curiosity and just kind of got the ball rolling. Try building this. It's probably one of the easiest things to build. You take a 1.5 volt AA battery. How that requires twice the power. So you start learning about backing up and having negative energy and all this stuff, and then down the road you'll get spark gap stuff and start learning about all these different frequencies and hertzians, and then longitudinal magneto dielectric stuff that Tesla was working on, and that's incredible stuff. He was building back in the late 80s. So it's kind of like the rabbit hole, and it gets real big, real deep. And I've been following ever since.
Right? Every time. Alice in Wonderland, going down the rabbit holes of this higher dimensional technology and understanding of electrical engineering and what seems to also be anti-gravity and free energy. It's freaking awesome. It's cool. Cold fusion, cold electricity, plasma electricity, spark gaps, and everything else.
Here's the quote that Tesla said. The world of today might be the world of bankers, but the next century will be.
Right. And now it's time that we make that happen. So, would you recommend which video should I play for off of your channel, good sir?
The last video I did a little kind of overview on how the zero force motor works. That's to kind of give you a little bit of information on actually how this motor actually works, because when you first look at it, it looks like it's totally impossible, but it's totally possible. You know,
Okay.
for him to get it, for Bedini to keep it hidden for, 40 years, and then 2 years before he dies, he releases it. It's like, wow, this was definitely his baby. The window motor and zero force motor, those were the two motors that really got him, because it just violates everything. Violates the way motors work, it violates lane law, it's everything.
So this is a Bendini design, the zero force motor that you're talking about in this video.
Yeah, he first conceived it in 1977.
Crazy. Thank God he released it to the public, and now we're able to work off it even more. Thanks for everything you do, Mike.
Yep, no problem. Thanks for having me on Rex Research. And,
League Project. It's Rex Bear. Rex Research is actually another awesome resource for stuff, but I don't think this Rex is involved with it. But thanks for joining us, brother. We will see you on the next one. Good sir.
Okay. All right, take care.
Bye, Mike.
Bye.
All right. Let's see if this is going to work. Yes.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Faraday Research. It is Wednesday morning, and today I decided to do a video because I've been planning to do my Robert Adams motor build. And last week, I've been kind of looking at this motor that John Bendini developed before he died. Well, actually, he developed it quite a few years ago. I believe it was in the 80s. And he didn't release the idea to everybody about this motor until about a year or two before he passed away. Now, him and his brother, as you know, both died on the same day. Interesting.
But what is really good is the fact that he was able to release this motor to the world before he died, as well as the other one called the window motor. Today we're going to be focusing on the zero force motor. And I want to talk about the science of this. It's very important that we understand how this motor works, because it would definitely help you guys develop your own motors to do basically and get the same effects what he was getting. Now, what does it mean by it?
Oh, come on. Don't screw me now. Oh, dear. Is it going to work? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, dear. Stop sharing. Let's see if we can make this work again. Ooh, sorry, guys. Technical difficulties. One moment, please. See if we can get. I need. Hey, there's my face. Okay, that's working. Now the video. Sorry, guys. See if my bandwidth will allow it. No. Oh, doesn't want to work. All right. Well, stop that share. We will try to load another. Sorry, everyone. I don't think that one is going to work for us. Let's see what else we can share. All right. Now, I will get Rex to put the link in the description for everyone. Or I can actually give me a moment. I'll put it in the live chat for you guys on leagueproject.com. So you can check out Mike's channel and finish that video that didn't load for us afterwards. But we'll see if this share works. And it is a video of myself in autodidactic from 2 weeks ago as we dive into the second half of this Weekend at BurNeye's trial multi-stream. And it is alternative history looking at star forts and the Great Wall of Tartaria. And yeah, let's see if this one works instead, because it was just... Come on, come on.
Benjamin, no problem at all, brother. Yeah, to get and do a free energy type show.
There we
Alrighty.
go.
So yeah, last time we looked at the Great Wall of Tartaria, and of course we spent 2 hours marking that out, and then
Come on. Bandwidth.
The sniper, it started heading northeast towards the Russian border, and then along that big hill from the sniper, and then cuts Olaf's video, the part 2 of it, go through all of Siberia east up to the North Arctic there, or what used to be called the Tartarian Sea or Sea of Tartaria.
exactly. Yeah, we'll have to keep going on this journey. I found another canal. Same thing, right? Just these dead.
Just everywhere. What? For anyone that wonders why the circles are, that's just the center of a sprinkler agricultural wheeling around, and that's why there's these big green circles everywhere. That's just normal farming.
Exactly. I think we showed that big flower thing. Obviously, this is mining dumps, because you can see the bright blue lakes, it'll all be from mining. But I can't see a mine around. Maybe it's just where they dump their fertilizer. No, look at the colours, right? It's just good. And it's literally like a perfect flower. It's got the stem, it's got the bulb here, it's just like a painting of a flower.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's actually it's an estuary or like a river going into it either. That's kind of strange. Looks like roads.
Oh yeah, it's not. These are roads. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. And on top, it's salt or something.
Yeah, it could be salt. Absolutely.
Just different coloured salts, maybe. Pretty cool. And this canal just keeps on going all the way down. We lost it back then. And so there's so much stuff around here. That's one thing that I found. Over here, this is where Laura lived over. And this is the kind of thing that we're seeing everywhere in this region, is just mass structure that's just been destroyed. You can see that's a star. That's a star for a big star. This probably used to be. You can see we've got the walls along here. Starfort walls, right? In that corner. Down here, a bit of geometry, of course. And it's just been destroyed. Now down here we have basically they're calling this a fortress. You can see the walls going along. So we see these everywhere, just old world infrastructure, and they just build all over the top of it. So who built all this stuff? That's what we're trying to discover.
Out of history. Well, I guess it's kind of the CIA did state that the Soviet Union suppressed the Tartarian history at the end of World War II. So it's the maps that tell the true story, really.
It is, and that's how Olaf the Spurker has found a lot of this stuff. Is he was referencing and this, right? I don't know. Is this the remains of a star? It almost looks like there's a corner here. Got these sort of just funny shapes in the ground. And look down here. What's that? Some kind of eye looking at it, brah. So there's just so much stuff under the ground. And of course, look at this size as well, which is, I think is why I marked it, is it looks like a squiggly star, right? In this canal. And in here, we just have all these, you know, what's clearly old infrastructure where there's been walls, or there still are walls under the ground. The whole place is at it. There'll be right angles everywhere. So we're literally just, you know, living on the remains of previous civilizations. So this one is crazy. Oh, look at that, there's another blue lake. Oh, it's the same one. Oh my God, hang on. I'm in the wrong spot. What am I doing?
Okay, so that was Crimea around Azov, Sea of Azov there that we were just looking at. That was right in the heartland
of the what?
Of the current conflict. Where you definitely pray for those souls. May a negotiated peace come soon. So now
this is a big lake. Lake, what's it called? Where's the name there? Lake Ladoga.
This is right by St. Petersburg, correct, in the Baltic Sea? Just off of the Baltic Sea.
This is over here. So first of all, we'll go down here because this canal is just ridiculous. So we've got this star fort, of course, just sitting out in it. Why not? But then we have this canal. Now look at this canal. Comes in from the ocean. So does that mean it's no, this is a lake, so it's probably freshwater. But look how close it is to the coast. And this canal goes forever. And look, it's literally right on the coast.
And it's pretty similar to like what we see in the old Holland, Dutch areas with the massive star forts around there as well. Right around where, oh my goodness, where Capalicious lives around there. We still need him to get us some on the ground footage there. Wow, that just keeps on going.
It just keeps on, and it's dead, you know, like these are dead straight. Other one that sort of joins up with it almost every now and again.
Parallelish.
I think that's as far as I traced it. Right, look at, so let's see, right, how far is that? How do I do this? What's that? 118,000 meters, what's that? Is that how many kilometers? 11 kilometers?
That'd be 118 kilometers. 118
bigger than that. 118 kilometers, yeah.
Yeah, 118, I believe. If it was 100,000.
It could be, it can't be 11. But that's also a straight line. The thing is, who's right? Who built? Oh, and there's another.
5 minutes, guys. Sorry.
Like a sunken star fort in the middle.
That looks like someone stuffed up when they were putting the photos together to make that squares in the wrong spot. Weird. So yeah, that now this up over here. More star forts just dotted all around the water here. Is used to be above water, we don't know. I mean, doesn't, you know, they look like man-made islands, don't they, really? And all of them, you know, they're called forts. These buildings are just ruins. There's no roofs on them. And again, there's all these funny imprints in the ground everywhere.
Look at that perfect wall, the seawall, and then the first of the island wall on it. Like, that's all man-made construction. Probably megalithic blockwork, if anything, or brick.
Well, I mean, you can see half of this wall sunk under the water.
Yeah.
But well, wouldn't they be like maintaining it? And there's more out here. This one's just a random island. Piece of old, you know, imprints of old buildings and things on it. Another one down here. This one, it looks like they're using. They've kept the roof on this building. Oh, look at the square around it. See that?
Wow. And it's like, this is what China's now doing in the South China Sea, in those Spratly Islands, that's what they're called. But the amount of resources and technology that we have today to be doing this, and then they claim that they were doing this a couple 100, 300, 400 years ago. It's like, how? It's just, it's insane. It's the official narrative is BS, and it's falling apart one brick, one star fort, one wall at a time.
Thing is, this was built, it's better than what they can build today, but yeah, they built it 400 years ago, right? And you can see they've used this would have been old bits of stars, I reckon, that they've used here to build their bridges across. Now, so can you see this line here?
Yeah, the old citadel walls here, right? If you zoom out the bird's eye view, this entire
down over here.
Oh, there it is, right here. There you go.
It was massive. It was a massive, star. So
total leftover citadel design.
Yeah. Now I don't know if there's whatever's there's gone, but then you can see it was up here. So this massive star, and then down in the middle of it we get. Oops. There, it's good, kind of wonky, but we get this perfect square, right? A moated city. It looks a lot like a circuit board. Gosh, I'm trying to get it square. Come on, work Google Earth. What are you doing to me? Oh, I give up. All right, there it is. So square, got a water cooling basin here. And then look at this. Now, what's this called? Place here, church. Right. Look at this drawing in the ground. It's actual tiles in the ground, and doesn't it look like
I guarantee that has to be underground building, like underneath it. Like it's probably that entire park and footprint is probably one giant underground structure, at least like several floors deep, if not further.
It's ridiculous, and like perfectly straight lines, and then we've even got this little one here off to the side, like another little computer chip.
These canals going in and around that entire cathedral area. That's so crazy. Giant moats around. Like, no, this had to do with water power generation. It looks like a modern day nuclear power plant almost, or a hydro plant combined between the two, right?
And very similar to places like Ankle. And look at this thing, and this cross, I can't zoom in because I don't think it's on the ground. Oh, around it, around the cross, which is interesting because it's in a square. It's not going to let me go forward. Okay, I'm going to exit. But we got inside before into this cathedral. Oh, let's see.
Oh yeah, it's
go.
Insane in there, like gold tablets hanging everywhere. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, but look at the domes. Just ridiculous. Of course, it's all organized. These massive chandeliers. Oh my God. Biggest jump. Yeah, these things, I can't really zoom in on them, but check out these chandeliers. Look at this one in the middle. What is going on there?
All these balls.
What you
hanging
see
from
me
it, all filled with mercury.
Yeah, this, yeah, up here, yeah, and here. And it's kind of like what you see there's a bit, you know, you see a lot of this kind of stuff hanging from the roofs, don't you? Look at the cables in there just to hold it up. Just everywhere. Oh, here we go, there's a nice one.
And I speculate some of those cables, they connect to iron bars that then go through the bricks and into the domes, and they might even just be power conduits to the actual chandeliers themselves. Or
Yeah,
at least
it
they
just
used to
weird.
if it's no longer functional.
Yeah.
But before, look at all of those, is those golden tablets along the wall there? Like, what is all of that? No.
This, yeah, I don't know. Of course, it's all like in marble or, you know, man-made marble, but, you know, some kind of insulating
Yeah, like
piles.
dielectric or piezoelectric shells. And JP, if you're still watching, you could give us the proper terms. I'm having a brain fart. Or if Mike was watching. But yeah, how it like produces the radio waveguide generation and insulating and then conductive layers between them. It's just, they're made as energy plants. Power plants, factories, something like it's more likely a higher dimensional or dimensional portal of some sort, or like in some of those ones. It's just crazy.
Well, look at that. There's a dude right there going up through a portal.
Exactly. Like remnants of
on the ground
prior higher civilization. Now look at that. There's pine cones.
Okay, good view.
Everywhere.
Yeah, and they're under the domes. I'm pretty sure. Got two here, so it looks like they're mirroring the all fractal designs. Whoa! Oh my god! Oh, now we're outside. Look at that. So there you go.
Those golden domes. I guarantee, like it lights up inside or glows or powers when there's like a thunderstorm or some sort of like charged atmospheric around. Like there's just no way about it. Like it's just the energy involved with those metals and structure. Oh, we got a pyramid coming out of the ground at the end of the port. Of course, there's an underground building between the two and all throughout that.
There you go. You lined up perfectly.
From the former port buried civilization, like.
Oh, okay. That's that's not from the civilization. That's the false idol. But yeah, I mean, it's so bizarre. And like, yeah, look at this. This is all in the ground. Interesting. It's a big anchor, but it kind of looks like it's, you know, to this one. So there you go. Big. Who knows? Right?
I have to quickly answer to Seamus about being anti-Einstein. He was a pimp on, and I have him on the $100 bill if you could see that, because he sold science, and he stole a lot of science. Love Tesla, Einstein on a $100 bill.
You want Einstein on a $100 bill?
No, I have a painting of Einstein on a $100 bill. Hey.
Einstein.
Sorry, guys. 30 seconds, and I will get things working because we're multi-streaming. It's multi-things.
Stole a lot of
knowledge. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was just being nicer. This is it St. Petersburg Fortress?
Yeah,
St. Petersburg. So this is just a full-on old world city. We've got the canals, of course. You always see this sectioned off bit. It's sort of so there's always like an inner city. And yeah, exactly. There's always a citadel, right? And here we go, right? We've got a big sort of fish-looking citadel there on its own. And of course, up here we've got the crown. You can see, still imprinted. It left a bit of geometry.
Are those massive cathedrals just above it on the hill there, above the crown? Like
This isn't it? Oh, that's a music hall. Of course it is.
old power station.
So that's the two. Oh, okay. And look, there's another big one there. What is it? I don't know. Something.
Right? Giant dome.
Interesting city this place though. I think you can see. Yeah, see out here you can see a bit more
Bastions on the
star along.
petals. Yeah, the leftover canal petals.
Is that what I found here? I don't think so, but if you come, I think this is what I was looking at. They've got like all these. Oh God, now I've lost them.
Three canals. Oh, look at the center to the right there is filing out. The grid
Oh,
part.
this. Look at that.
Wow.
Look at that in the middle of it.
And that copper blue thing. That's
Yeah, this thing. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, pause that. Stop sharing. Back to Bernie. Is it working on the live stream? On the other one. Sorry, everybody. This is the pilot episode of Weekend at BurNeye's on leakproject.com, while also simultaneously being on my Crypto Alchemist YouTube channel is why there's both bandwidth issues because I'm not plugged into an actual router. It's using Wi-Fi tonight. So for the next episode, I'll make sure that problem is solved. And also on the YouTube, sadly, when I was playing the videos through Zoom, which is working on leakproject.com, and in the Zoom, it wasn't working on through the StreamYard going to my YouTube channel. And I apologize to everyone that has patiently been waiting and watching as well on my YouTube, and thus why I have paused that video for the meantime so that everybody can enjoy and see what comes next. And I'm going to show and share some of the Faram Foundation alternative history research. It goes into geoglyphs extensively, actually. Faram has Professor Faram, I believe, and he has decoded what is, I believe, to be the ultimate lost ancient civilization rewriting of history, and cracks the ancient codes using what he calls these geoglyphs, which are essentially megalithic, not necessarily structures, but lines of megalithic stones, megalithic arrangements of giant megalithic stones that are put in certain lengths and at certain angles that then, when recorded and measured and plotted onto a global map of the Earth, literally plug the length and the angles from the site that these geoglyphs are recorded, these megalithic structures, and plotted in to Google Earth. And the ancients had this technology and understanding of, sorry guys, it only works on a spherical globe Earth, does not work on the flat Earth model, although I am open to everything and a discussion about it. This particular ancient system that the ancients must have been able to figure out and plot correctly, because you can take these measurements from Google or into Google Earth, and literally each of these geoglyph sites, which first off I'll be showing the Medicine Hat BadLands geoglyphs, and where they map out to, map out the entire ancient civilizations around the world from each site, whether it's Medicine Hat, Alberta, Canada, close to where I live, or the Great Pyramids of Giza in Egypt, as well as the Yanaguni structures, the sunken pyramid-like megalithic structures off the furthest southern island of Japan, or Yanaguni Island. There's these pyramidal structure 400 feet below the water, where he's also found the geoglyphs, as well as the Bosnian pyramids that some try to debunk, but the geoglyphs also appear there, as well as in Giza Plateau in Egypt, and so many other sacred ancient sites. And his theory, he concludes, proves that the pyramids, the Sphinx, and so many of these ancient sites are much older than current academia claims, and that the evidence is when they were actively used throughout the different catastrophe time periods of mankind, and that, for instance, the Yanaguni structure, as well as the Bosnian pyramids and several others, stop appearing in more recent geoglyph sites, such as I believe Mexico City or Teotihuacan, or several of them. Anywho, I'll stop bumbling on and instead share what I am talking about for everyone to see. All right. Hopefully this works. Here we go. Oh, why does it keep doing this? Sorry, 1 second. Once again, not sharing for the StreamYard. Bear with me, everyone. I will get this working here. Oh, no, I won't. Why? What the heck? What is it? Now is it working? Anywho, Medicine Hat geoglyphs. So this famous, what believed to be indigenous North American Indian head, a second what looks like Celtic head above the native figure, and then to the right what looks like an Olmec face, and further right of that what could be a second Olmec face staring at the first Olmec face. So 4 faces in this picture. Just making sure. Okay, you guys can see it. Well, so that is a picture from space. And let's see if I can get it up for the YouTubers too, so you guys have a chance to know what the heck I'm talking about. There we go. Perfect. Well, there we go. Nope. There we go. Yeah. All right. Hopefully it works. If not, I'm going to shut off the other one right away. But it looks like Leak Project is getting this. So that's the first pick of the 4 of them. So Aztec chieftain is what Faram believes. And then the Olmec image compared to this guy, the stone head. And then this is the, oh, I'll leave it up so you guys can read that for a second. And I will share the link in the comments for everyone. And unos momentos. So then that is the dragon head, the second head here, chieftain. So that's a fifth head in this area. So this is essentially the same sort of scale and terraforming as the Nazca Peru, like the lines and the images from above, as these were satellite images or plane images, I believe. That's a big road going next to the chieftain there. And the geoglyphs. So in this picture, the 2, 3, 4, and 5 are the sites of these megalithic stones that he then gets the lines for. And as I scroll through, so those are the megalithic stone lines. That's a space image of it, but his measurements of the degrees and the lengths of them in the first site. Sorry, guys, as I'm jumping back and forth quickly. So both Zoom as well as StreamYard are seeing this. So for that first site, is it glyph 1? Okay. Wherever glyph 1 was. Oh, off the crown there, the spike, I see. And then this is plotted out on the map, which the radials then go to, for instance, Mexico City, Baja California, the Grand Canyon, Hawaiian Islands. These radials are all mapped out from megalithic stone lines in southern Alberta, Canada, where I live. And at each of the geoglyph sites are these radials and lines that plot out to these different places around the world. And he goes through in this Faram research site. He's written several books. He's a professor, and he documents in detail each of these ancient sites, such as Yanaguni, such as in Japan, the Bosnian pyramids, obviously in Bosnia, Herzegovina. He does several of the sites in the US. He does Egypt, pyramids, and many, many others that I'll show some of before we switch these topics. So here's another one of these measurements, Geoglyph 3 site. And my goal this summer is to travel down to the Medicine Hat Badlands in Alberta, southern Alberta, which is about 100 kilometers, maybe 150 kilometers tops from where I currently live in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. I could be even less than that. It's been a while since I've been down there. Anywho, and Alberta and Canada, very, very large. Regardless, I want to go find these stone lines in person and see these megalithic sites myself to verify that they are there, as well as take my drone and hopefully be able to get some drone footage and get it up high enough to somewhat see if we can recreate or get a little image of these faces, because that would be absolutely awesome and one heck of a great time in confirming that it all exists. So that's Geoglyph 3 radials. So this is 5 different radial sets, all just from the Medicine Hat, Alberta site that going all over. So France connects to Cairo, Egypt, Ireland, all over the US, more in Mexico. And it's these giant ancient territories, essentially, of these ancient civilizations that were clearly ocean-faring, global, advanced civilizations of the far antiquity. This is pre-Younga dryas. This would be the very supposed times of Atlantis, maybe even back to the time of Lemuria, but for modern timeline epoch, 12,000 years minimum before the Younga Dryas catastrophe event of the oceans rising 400 feet around 12,000 years ago, corresponding also with Plato's fabled, famous Atlantis story, which also went under the sea supposedly 12,000 years ago. And I'm just scrolling for both sites here. You guys can see there. Get back to the main one. All right, multitasking. So next time, to prevent this issue and to be able to get the videos to play both on StreamYard and my YouTube, as well as Leak Project and Zoom, I am just going to stream the Leak Project itself to my YouTube, and we'll try that out on the next one and hopefully have better results. Anywho, going down, Geoglyphs 4, Geoglyph 5 radials. This one going through mostly the US spots, but all huge, huge spots. And how long ago of an ancient civilization, these Medicine Hat Badlands specifically, comparable to the Nazca in Peru, but the time frame that these would have had to been made in would also most likely be minimum pre-Younga Dryas, if not much, much older, for their, because there's no documentation or even recognition of this culture, society, and whoever the heck terraformed entire valleys and whatnot in Alberta, supposedly at that time was under an ice sheet. So it might have even had to be pre-Ice Age before. So it would have been a civilization before the Ice Age that preceded the Younga Dryas 12,000 years ago. So that might even be 40, 50, 60,000 years prior that there could have been a mass civilization in this region of North America, southern Alberta, western Canada, to have been able to build these giant earthworks, I guess, monuments. Yeah, monuments would be a good description of it, that you can only see from above. Space, maybe airplanes. We'll see if the drone can get high enough. But yeah, so this conclusion of the area mapped out by the 5 geoglyph sites in the Medicine Hat Badland Guardians, plotted out on a map of the Earth right here, where you can see that in these stones, measured in Alberta from a sacred site and structures, buildings, monuments that aren't even recognized officially by academia or the world today, but clearly are real and not just a case of pareidolia. These geoglyphs map out megalithic structures, map out from southern Alberta, Hawaii, Mexico City, throughout. Oh, I guess yeah, no, it's still Mexico right there. Sorry, yeah. The Yucatan Peninsula there it runs through. Looks like it goes through Cuba, all the way over to West Africa, the Horn of Africa there, running through Libya and Egypt, and all the way up to Iceland, Greenland there, running through Europe, Bosnian pyramids, everything. And this is in Medicine Hat, Alberta, Canada. Supposedly just a giant ice sheet, never had advanced civilizations at any point in time. So this is just one of Faram Research's paradigm shifting work, and extensive work. So right here he's got the Google map pin location coordinates for you. Sorry guys in StreamYard, we'll catch up here in the scrolling for everybody. Oh, we got some comments. I'm getting sucked. All right, radials, the map, and the conclusion. And a bit. So that is what I was talking about for the size that it maps out. And this is pre-Younga dryas catastrophe that it maps out this territory. Now, to show you, can I get back to the main site? Oh, so this is his book, The Ancient Secret of the Old World. Arthur Faram. Unbelievable, unrecognized, world-class, world paradigm shifting, and should be recognized researcher, professor, and author, Arthur Faram. I do need to get me a copy of that book. All right, how do I get back to the main site here? Oops. Come on. Where's the link to the main? Sorry, everyone. Oh, there we go. That's why. Does it work? Did it work? Loading time. Come on. Oh, no bandwidth. Can't even load a basic YouTube channel, or not even YouTube, website channel. Website page. Wow. Stuttering. All right. Let's see. Oh, StreamYard guys might get it first. No. Nope. Definitely not. All right, loaded on the main one. So this is Faram Foundation's main website being displayed on Leak Project right now. Trying to load it up for YouTube. Hey, Scratch, how you doing, brother? Good to see you, my friend. Long time no see. All right, mumbling on here. Ooh, am I gonna make it work? Cause YouTube's gonna get it too. All right, so main Faram website. Here he literally has probably 60 or 70 different sites, pyramids around the world that he has deciphered the geoglyphs of and done extensive research and work on, including the pyramid in Antarctica, it looks like. Let's see what is on. So all of these links here on the main site, website spelt THEFARAM foundation.com. The faramfoundation.com. That's what we are looking at. So on the left side, each of these links, whether the Yanaguni pyramid, Bosnian pyramid, we just looked at the BadLands Guardian geoglyphs. He's also got the Indonesian pyramids, ancient city of Caral, Peru, the historic Maitland Tower, Kensington Runestone, Newport Tower, Karnak Stones, Nazca Star. Each of these sites are linked to an extensive write-up and work on each of those specific areas that Faram has decoded the geoglyphs and mapped the geoglyphs out for. So for instance, let's click on the Bosnian pyramid one. And why I have so much respect for him and all the work that he's done is that he's found that not just this commonality between all of these sites that supposedly are just natural formations, but instead proven an extremely advanced global society, building, technology, and the rest of it that essentially vindicate and prove each one of these sites, including the Bosnian pyramids, which many try to debunk and say aren't real. But sure enough, they also have the same geoglyphs, global mapping, and the rest of it that he has deciphered. So that is one of the Bosnian pyramids with his markings. Get YouTube caught up with it. Here we go. Let that load for you guys. If it does. Pyramid. All right. I need better computer equipment. Anywho. All right. So this is the Pyramid of the Sun. And those are his angles of it. He estimates 32,000 BCE. So that is essentially 34,000 years ago for the construction of the Bosnian pyramid that Faram has concluded out of the representations of other sites, sacred sites that are plotted in the geoglyphs. So for instance, say like New York City or something like that, it might just have appeared a couple hundred years or a couple thousand years, depending on what research you're looking in. Who knows what the heck the official time is, but relatively recent compared to something like the Bosnian pyramids. So something in around the 13 colonies that he found there that was a couple thousand years old, or newer New World civilization monuments compared to the Medicine Hat BadLand New World ancient ruined geoglyphs and monuments that, for instance, the BadLand Guardians only reference other ancient things like Yanaguni that sunk or the Bosnian pyramids compared to something around the new ones that only reference new ones, as well as well-recognized ones like the Giza Plateau pyramids or Luxor right here, which is still being referenced in the Bosnian pyramid. But it's that none of the newer ones are referenced in these Bosnian pyramid geoglyphs, and why he believes it's got to be at least 32,000 or BCE of their creation time, and that one of the spots that these radials go to, he's showing this is in Central America on the northern tip of South America, that there's this giant depression and spots where he sees that there must have been way more land that then sunk because there was a crater north of South America. So this giant crater here because there was pyramid radials that these ancient spots like the Sun Pyramid of Bosnian pyramids as well as Luxor, Egypt, point to this spot that is no longer land, no longer existing civilization or structures, and buried beneath the sea in a rather suspicious manner, clearly showing a massive crater and some sort of ancient catastrophe that wiped out whatever was there. So I'll let everyone read this little area while I load it for everyone else listening over on YouTube. Oh yeah, Noted. All right. Sorry, Scratch, if you're not a mod yet, I will make you a mod, and anybody that's not a mod on my channel, I'll make you all mods when I get a second. Might have to be after the stream. We'll see. I'm having bandwidth with issues. Anywho, back to the presentation. So, see the Pyramid of the Sun, its radials, where it's broadcasting to, and here is that crater in Central America, and its explanation up on screen for them to read. And now we proceed. All right, so north tip of British Isles, North Utland, got southern border of Russia. See, this is another extremely fascinating aspect, is these ancient territories mapped out from these different centers of civilizations. And this Bosnian pyramid here that, according to him, 35,000-ish years old, at least minimum before the Younga Dryas event, kind of like in Turkey there, oh wow, can't think of it right now, that other spot that archaeology finally acknowledged as being 12,000 or 11,000 years old, that they dug up the hills, they were buried. It'll come to me, the name. Anyways, it's at least 12,000 years old, pre-cataclysm, most likely time before of during Atlantis or Lemuria or whatever the heck, at least a golden age cycle or main time cycle through whatever the heck our grand solar cycle is, or grand universal cycle, galactic cycle, the precession of time. Anywho, the time before time, the society, ancient, beyond advanced, super society before our current one, before the insane cataclysm that was the Younga Dryas, the Bosnian pyramids here, and it maps out exactly the southern border of Russia today. So how is it that modern empires and human civilizations have the exact same border as what this ancient civilization's territory border also was? And I went in before on this topic when we covered the Yanaguni one, and I'll show it before this stream ends as well, but I talked with Rex before when me and Campbell did our two-part series that the Yanaguni pyramid geoglyphs and radials map out specifically also to the territory that was held by the Japanese Empire during World War II, its largest area of control, and everywhere they attacked and controlled by, in their peak, World War II Japan Empire. Same exact radial territory plotted out in Yanaguni's geoglyphs, the pyramid that is 400 feet below the ocean and was also a ancient timed civilization empire before. It's truly mind-boggling. So we'll scroll through a little bit more. Here we go. Now, YouTube to kitchen. So what the heck was I talking about? Now, y'all get to see. Here we go right there. East southern border of Russia. Right there between the Caspian and the Black Seas. Essentially where I think Georgia and Armenia and whatnot are, in that area right there, between the two. Same area. Does that include Bimini, Bernie? We will go back and see. I think he does actually have Bimini in this. I do believe you are correct in that prediction. Here, let's see. Is this the one we're on? Are we fine? There we go. All right. Okay, let's see. Radials, theory, and important points defined by the 3 Bosnian pyramid radials circa 9500 BC. 40 degree. Okay, yeah, so the 40-degree radial in this geoglyph points to the Moscow city geoglyph. Oh, so the Bosnian pyramid also points to Moscow city's geoglyph, which, if it's 36,000 years old, when it first was put into this map in pyramid building, then that means Moscow would be the same age, essentially. Crazy. For alternative history and blowing one's mind with tangible, actual evidence and cracking the ancient code, truly, this is the rabbit hole of all rabbit holes. Faram Foundation, thefaramfoundation.com. Just got to keep it scrolling the same for both. Sorry, everyone. It will be better next time. And this being about a 5 or 10 minute warning for YouTube that I will be ending the YouTube stream because I'm going to be sharing more videos on leakproject.com Zoom. So when I do end the YouTube stream in about 10 minutes here, 5-10 minutes, then you can continue watching the rest of this presentation and display solely at Leak Project. Or what does Rex say? Another hour? Should we do another hour, or what are you thinking, Rex Bear? Are you needing to go to bed? Should we? How long have we been going? 12 o'clock. Oh. Okay. Well, in that case, Rex is saying bed. So why not? In that case, it's reversed. I'll keep going on Crypto Alchemist YouTube channel. So everyone at Leak Project, feel free to come on over. Much love to you, Rex Bear. If you want to come on and say hi before we end here. Love you all. Was awesome. Going to be ending at Leak Project now and then going strictly keep going on this stream on the Crypto Alchemist. Hey, hey.
Hey, man. It's getting late here, and I have been just moving for the past 3 weeks now. And I am just really happy that you were here, dude. This is a great pilot, and I'm looking forward to next weekend at BurnEye's. So thank you, Bernie. You're awesome, brother. And keep being the change, will you?
Thank you, brother. You as well. Get some rest and stay safe, my friend.
You're awesome. Cheers.
As are you.
Later. Thanks, everybody.
Love you all. Nanny. All right. Are we still going on StreamYard? Yes, we are. Perfect. Okay, now we can start the camera because I got more bandwidth. All right, now I can pay attention to all you lovely souls that I've been half neglecting. I'm sorry. I still love you all. Here we go. And now that we're just on my channel, I can actually play some videos that might be riskier in the sense of strikes. So I wasn't going to play them on Leak, but willing to take that risk on Crypto Alchemist with all of you amazing souls. So this will be a little intermission, we will say. And as I figure out what the heck is what, here we go. All right. Brand, change the color because it's the intermission. I will have something awesome lined up for everyone in just a couple minutes. But in the meantime, we'll play this beauty.
This is the bit, isn't it? That confuses me. It's like, did we choose to come here to get this sorted out, or is this just seems a little unfair, doesn't it? That you know, we seem to be here and there's this parasite messing up our experience.
And you know, I know in my own life, the times that I've made major changes, it was like it became more painful not to change than to change. That was when I made big changes.
You know, it's this whole ridiculous narrative of it's, you know, it's an unsafe world. There's not enough for you. It's scary. Everyone's out to get you. And clearly the old civilization was completely the opposite to that. It was all about empowerment, like literally.
Cosmic resonance, I think they called that one. Or
Cosmic resonance, that's a better name.
Real science, you can actually produce free electricity, and this is part of what Tesla was doing, is the differential between the top of the spire to the ground actually creates an electrical differential that you then connect to another wire that goes into the ground, your grounding. Put that into the third phase in your circuit, and then you have a bell ringing circuit, and that actually produces plasma electricity out of the air. It's real technology. These things actually function producing electricity. It's crazy.
The movies are the truth and the news is the lies. They've completely flipped it.
You know, when you look at everything with new eyes and you come across information like she was born into a very wealthy family with elite connections, you know, it means something very different now to me than it would have even a few years ago. And it's our free will that they've really also messed with, because we've been lied to and we react based on lies. And just getting their independence and end up in civil wars for 20, 30 years happens a lot.
Because we keep choosing to pick up the gun and use it on ourselves instead of building and uniting and accepting that we are one people, one spirit, one harmony on one plane that together, united, can achieve anything we dream of.
So do you want to, you know, wake up, or do you want to just keep going along because to change is too difficult?
And then give them pieces of information that they will then pursue themselves and look into, and then they'll wake themselves up.
I was going to mention it's the whole red pill, blue pill of the Matrix. I mean, that of the movie. And you can consider that movie as a documentary because they're telling us something about what's happening here. So do you want to, you know, wake up, or do you want to just keep going along because to change is too difficult? Wake up.
Who's awesome? You're all awesome. All right. So, bear with me for a second. We're going to finish up this ancient history geoglyph topic and then switch over to some Tesla tech sharing videos, and one that I found specifically awesome, released about a week ago on the harmonic table of elements and quantum harmonics, which, well, it's freaking next level. So hopefully I keep the brain tingling and keep you all enthralled. So, actually, oh God, I have it on the wrong computer. Never mind. We're going to just switch straight over to it. And then at the very end, I'm going to give y'all a conclusion with the Faram Foundation research, because it is an awesome topic and needs to be brought up a lot more. So this right here is from a presentation by Brian David Anderson, Harmonic Elements and the Quantum Disk. It's from, I believe, a Tesla Tech, late 90s, early 2000s. It's at least, I'd say, a decade and a half, if not two or older. At this point, some pretty amazing things, and he goes into quantum coherence at a time, so essentially structured water, like we were talking at the beginning of this stream, and a huge part of my monoatomics, plasma research, cold fusion, and all of that, but also quantum computing, the foundation of all of quantum everything technology, is the basis of quantum entanglement and quantum coherence. So let's hear what he has to say.
No. Again, they did not see quarks. Although there was a person, and we'll get into it, who was a physicist out of Britain that did an analysis of the anti-boson Charles Leadbeater work that was published in a book called Occult Chemistry. I highly recommend it. You can get through the Theosophical Society. And he basically, there were certain things that he did that discarded, which we'll get into in a moment. So again, as we see, the UPA numbers, hydrogen, helium, etc., are the various types of UPA particles. And what I feel the UPA particles actually are actually light particles. And so now they also saw 4 extra elements that are not in the normal table of elements known in chemistry today.
As did Walter Russell and several other.
Leadbeater,
So this is huge.
Basic elements. In traditional science today in chemistry, some people say there's 92, other people say there's 94. But according to their particular observations, they actually saw 100 objects, but 4 of those have now been identified as isotopes. And so then they had 4 extra elements. Well, this British physicist I was talking about before, Stephen Phillips, when he saw these extra 4 elements, he just discarded them. But they also had a certain number of UPA particles also. So as far as I know, I am the first person to take those 4 elements and place them into the table of elements according to the UPA numbers and place them into the table. And so now here's the element of what's called promethium. It has 2,640 UPAs, and the XYZ fits in between promethium and samarium. This is critical, and you'll see that this is, as I discovered this over the years, my jaw still drops to what they did, what they accomplished way back in 1890 through 1933. So then they also had another element called calon. So now here are these 4 extra elements and the UPA number particles that go with it. So then the element of erbium fits between, or calon fits in between erbium and thulium. So now we had them placed. Now going back to the major, or to the table of elements, the standard table of the chemical elements. And as you can see here at the bottom, they've broken off what is called the lanthanides and the actinides. Now, I am not trained in chemistry. I have absolutely 0 training in chemistry whatsoever. I'm a journalist by training. I went to the University of Missouri School of Journalism. I was a photojournalist for many, many years. I've had book published by Harper and Row. I had a lot of stuff in newspapers and magazines. And being the investigative reporter that I am, I asked the stupid question, why do they separate these groups off at the bottom? So I started asking chemistry professors. I called up to San Diego State. I even called over to Harvard University. I called to various places, and I said, why do they separate it? Everybody gave me a different answer. Nobody came up with the same answer. They said, well, the atomic spin changes atlantian, and that's why we do it. Well, no, it's associated with aluminum. That's why we do it. And I never really got the same answer from the same people. And you go to books, and you get the same thing. Nobody says of why they separate the groups off. So I said, well, every one of these elements belong in a proper vertical group. So all those ones that are orange and yellow belong in the table in a proper vertical group. So let's put those 4 back in. What happens when we put those, or those table of elements there in the bottom, if we put them back into the, which makes then a 4th column?
They say all good things must come to an
Waha. There's 4 holes. And what I call the big silent fudge factor, they don't teach this in chemistry class. Now, guess what fits in those 4 holes? Exactly. X, Y, Z, and Calon fit right into those holes. I know. I've heard all the explanations. We'll get to that afterwards, okay? So now we have X, Y, Z in the center and Calon. And now we have a symmetrical table. It is now making sense. And so now we have the harmonic table of the elements. The next step was to put this 96 elements on a sphere, taking it away from the square that doesn't make sense, has nothing to do with nature, and now we put it on a sphere. You cannot take 92 basic elements or 94 that are in traditional science and put it on a sphere and come up with some sort of symmetrical number. When you take 96 and divide it into 360 degrees, the elements drop every 3.75 degrees. The value of pi was done with a 96-sided polygon. 3.14, what they call the value of pi, was not done with a 94-sided polygon. It was not done with 98. It was done with exactly 96. And as you increase the size of the polygon, that's when the 3.14 goes up to 5, 6, 7, and out. So now 360 degrees divided by 96 means that you are now going to have the elements drop every 3.75 degrees on the sphere. Watch the pattern there. Each element is either going to have a 0, value, a 7.5 value, a 5 value, or a 2.5 value. Again, the rhythms of nature are extremely simple. We have made them complex with our mind. The elements do not materialize in a linear or sequential manner. The elements materialize in multiples of 7. Why 7? 7 is the only number that 7 times 1 equals 7. 7 times 2 equals 14. Then you take the 14 and the 1 plus 4 equals 5. 7 times 4 equals 28. 2 plus 8 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 3. Now you start seeing a pattern. It goes 7, 5, 3, 1. And it starts at 8, 6, 4, 2, 9, and 7. 7 is the only number that does this type of pattern. 5 doesn't do it. 9 does not do it. 7
The
will do
octave
this until
scale
infinitum.
within.
To billions and billions, you'll still end up with that particular type of number. What is interesting also about 7 is that it does not divide into 360 degrees. So what I did here is took all the prime numbers that divided into 7, 1 through 9, excluding 7. And so you have the 360 on top, the 180, the 120, 3 divided into 360 is 120, and just put them on the first column of numbers there is what's divided into. Then I started subtracting. And you start subtracting all the way across, and the last number that you end up with is 43. 4 plus 3 equals 7. This is only a fraction of the 7 phenomenon. And it is really works in when you put the table of elements on a sphere. Because now, you can't see these numbers too well, but basically what you're doing now, we're going to go ahead and go to the next one, is the elements materialize in multiples of 7, which means is that hydrogen is number 1. 7 elements away from that is oxygen. 7 elements away from that is phosphorus. And then it goes on to titanium, copper, etc. So you make one turn around the circle in the multiple 7. Hydrogen, male, yang, force. Oxygen, feminine, receptive. Phosphorus, male and female. It's phosphorescent. It accepts light, it absorbs light, and then transmits the light out at a different frequency. You have every organic substance, living, etc., has to hop. Hydrogen, oxygen, phosphorus. If it does not have those elements, it is not organic substance. And again, the multiple 7. What happened there?
Organic meant containing carbon.
Any organic, you wouldn't have to have carbon based either. You could have it someplace else, something other based. For some reason, that's not dropping. Can you check to see why that's not dropping? Because it's a real critical one. Anyway, what's happening is that the red line there, you have your hydrogen, phosphorus. I can bring it up here on the book later on. But basically, what's happening is that you start at hydrogen, you make one turn around, and what you're seeing here is the second turn. The red line is the first turn of elements. The yellow line is the second turn. So the second turn of elements starts at lithium and now makes another turn of elements around the circle. And so now here is on the table, the square table, looking at the various waveforms. Each one of those colors is a waveform going through.
Question: would you build a website for a major brand with more than 200 million users using Wix? Well, we did.
Hi, I'm Sivan. I'm an R&D manager here at Wix. Today, I want to show you how we use our own platform, creating some pretty complex functionalities that may surprise you. First, all of our web pages are...
And so I will illustrate this better in the book, is that once you start out at hydrogen 0, 0, and you move around the circle 7 times, the last element is radon. It's at 33.25 degrees. What you're doing here with this particular type of sequence is when you're going to multiples of 7, you start out at hydrogen, which is 0, 0 degrees, and then you go to oxygen, which is 2625 degrees. 2625 degrees from that is phosphorus, and you keep going around 2625 degrees around the sphere. So now the last element is radon at 3325, and then 2625 degrees after that is hydrogen, exactly where you started. Your alpha and your omega points are the same. So now you have symmetry. You have a starting point and a beginning point for the table of elements. And the square table and the way the traditional science is set up right now, it does not have that. There is, again, the way the quantum electron theory is that it excludes anything having to do with symmetry or placing it on a sphere or any type of alpha and omega point. And why don't we go now to the desk camera, Larry? Go ahead and turn off the slide projector. We up? Okay. Is this on? So, based upon all of this study, all right. This now is a page from my book, The Rhythms of Nature. And this gives you a little bit, for those persons that are not familiar with when I say the quantum electron theory, basically you have a nucleus, you have an electron that's floating around, and you also have a neutron, and you have various types of particles. And again, as I put this on the top, it is the unproven quantum electron theory. There is not one shred of proof for the quantum electron theory. There is not one shred of proof that there is ever such thing as an atom. It's now a religious belief because there is absolutely no proof. What are we? If there are no atoms and no molecules, what are they? Do a test. You can do something to prove it to yourself. Take the elements of copper, silver, and gold. Start pounding them with a hammer. In about 48 hours, the copper turns green, the silver turns blue, the gold turns purple. Now, traditional science will say, well, that's oxidation. Gold does not mix with any element, including oxygen. So that purple color did not come from oxidation. What happened is the harmonic tones that are holding the light particles together have been stressed. And the element then starts to give off its light particles. Annie Besant and Charles Leadbeater looked at 9 different levels. They called them levels. In 1898, they didn't have any idea what a hologram was. So when they went and remote viewed, they saw one phase of the light particles, and as they shifted, they didn't go down, they shifted, and they were looking at a hologram. Because that's what we are. We're a light that is compressed by harmonic tones from the sun and from the earth, and compresses the light particles in the molecule, and they move in a holographic type of manner. We are light at the molecular level. There is no such thing as an atom, a proton, and a neutron or electron. They simply don't exist. And those persons who believe that are now, has nothing to do with scientific framework or references. It is a religious belief because there is absolutely no proof whatsoever that there is an atom, electron, or a neutron. It is purely theory. But you want to find out that we're light or not, go pound some metals, copper and silver and gold. After you pound them and you stop pounding, the colors go back to their normal colors after 6 hours. Mass spec, mass spectrometer, what is it? They place an element or a substance in a contained area and give it with a vaporized heat. Treat it to a vaporized heat. What happened? What's the heat doing? It is negating the harmonic tones, holding the hologram together. As that occurs, then the light escapes, and that is how you identify an element is by color spectrum. And the reason being is because the harmonic tones have been negated, that is holding the hologram together, and the light particles escape. So 2 tests, pounding it, and also what's interesting is when you do pound those elements and that color of purple, it's exactly that of a mass spec. They're identical. So hydrogen of being a red or light red, and your uranium having a purple hue to it, and being all those light particles being condensed.
Yep, be done for 48 hours.
Be on it for 48 hours. There's a guy, The Nature of Substance. I cannot say his is a German name, Hauschka, and it documents that very well in that book. Recommend The Nature of Substance. What is now also interesting that I bring up into the book is
she takes a picture, and in that picture is this ET. He puts the camera over in that direction, and everyone looking in that direction at that moment saw it. You can make contact with these civilizations, and you do not need the government. And that's
Yes, I did. Okay, so now we are looking at, you can't see it too well there, but we're looking at group VA, or group 5A, in the table of elements in chemistry. You have in this group the elements of nitrogen, phosphorus, arsenic, antimony, dysphyserum, and bismuth. When you take antimony and bismuth and you mix them together and you heat them, an electric current is created. This has mystified alchemists and chemists for years. What's going on? Where is the electric current coming from in bismuth and in antimony when you mix it together? What I contend is that the table of elements, as we know them, are a compilation of tones. Nitrogen has one harmonic tone and one set of colors. Phosphorus is a combination of nitrogen and phosphorus. So you do not get phosphorus until you have both the elements or the light particles of phosphorus and the harmonic tones of phosphorus. And also nitrogen. So it's now a compilation of 2. Your arsenic is 3. The antimony is 4, and it goes all the way up to bismuth of 5. So now where does the electric current come from? What I feel is happening is when the bismuth and the antimony are mixed together and heated, the nitrogen is no longer a chemical element as we know it. The chemical elements of the light particles are traveling below 186,000 miles per second. Above the speed of light, as we know, is a tachyon, which moves together into kind of like a Caduceus coil. It's not a tachyon. It is suspended between the chemical element state and a tachyon, and it's really high energy. Electricity is the primary gases that are not in a tachyon state, nor are they in a chemical element state. The Earth's atmosphere is made up of 75% nitrogen. There are certain types of harmonic tones coming from the sun with vortexing. That vortex of energy then would have a certain type of ion field which is created by a cloud. That ion field is created in a vortex type of manner from the harmonic tones coming from the sun. And this can happen in a matter of instances of seconds. The vortex then forms and then starts to collapse. The same thing that occurred in the antimony and the bismuth, where it is suspended, the same thing occurs as the vortex starts to collapse. The nitrogen is now put in between the tachyon state and the chemical element state and becomes a lightning bolt. Becomes a lightning bolt. Electricity is the primary gases suspended between a tachyon state and a chemical element state. We also have, like in Texas, they have a thing called, around the world, ball lightning. But it only occurs at within 100 feet of the Earth. And that's basically where it's a huge ball of lightning, which I feel is then oxygen. Because it's real structured, oxygen is very structured. It's again suspended between this tachyon state and the chemical element state. Yes, question. Okay, well, why don't we do it afterwards then? Let's go ahead. Okay, go ahead and we can talk about that later, okay?
You're stating that the mountain of evidence is a matter of religious belief and pseudoscience that you're pushing on people is true.
Well, what I was... Right. I totally 100% agree. But at the same time, though, give you time at the end of it to go ahead and disagree. Okay? Okay. This also, again, I don't have it in my book as far as color. If we go ahead and go back to the camera on the projector here, Larry. Go projector. So again, now with this color spectrum of hydrogen being a red or even an infrared, phosphorus, orange, yellow, and the uranium being a deep purple, following your color spectrum. Also now, we have here, as we said, that there is a compilation of tones. When the Earth was first formed, there is what I feel was called a low-grade gold, which means that there's one line that's missing here. In the group that's under gold is sodium, copper, silver, samarium, and gold. So when the Earth was first formed, there was a per se low-grade gold form of gold. I need a drink. So Annie Besant and Charles Leadbeater were fascinated by what they saw in gold. So much so that they devoted a whole section of their book of occult chemistry to gold. Now, what was interesting about what they discovered in gold, which I feel what they had tuned into, which is also the limitations of remote viewing, is that they tuned into what I feel is called high-grade gold. What did they find in their gold? First off, they found also all of the sodium through gold signatures, but they also found the signature of iron, of titanium, bromine, and iodine. How did all that get in there? And that really kind of confused me there for a while. But then when I shifted my thinking from being that of an electron atom to being light particles, then it started making sense. All high-grade gold mine areas are, at one time within the last million years, you have a combination of volcanoes and a seabed. Cripple Creek, Colorado is an example. The mountains of Southern California, Alaska is where you had a volcano activity and you had an ancient seabed. So you had to have a combination of a couple of things. What are the two major, or actually there's three major crystals that are found around most high-grade gold mines? Amethyst and titanium, or what they call also a milky type of crystal. What's in the milk and also what's in the amethyst, what makes amethyst per se purple is the heat, but also amethyst is this element inside of it is magnetite, which is also iron. So now we have the iron that the Annie Besant and Charles Leadbeater saw, and the pink in rose quartz. It comes again from the heat, but also the element inside of rose quartz is titanium. So now you had the volcano blow up. It now had a rolling into the ocean, towards the ocean, and picking up various types of crystals, the rose quartz, the amethyst, etc. And again, we're not talking where I-5 at this time was existing. We're talking about crystals were probably right on top of the surface at that time for the various lots of volcanic activity. Rolls down the side of the volcano and into the ocean. So now, as the lava starts to form up, now all these crystals are being crushed and they're giving off their light particles. So now where's the bromine and the iodine come from? Kelp. So now the kelp is encased inside of the volcanic ash. And probably there's some degassing going on, so there's really, it's like an air bubble, so it's not being totally burned up. And what's interesting then too is the element of bromine, however you want to pronounce it. According here to the chart, here is your gold, 180 degrees opposite exactly of gold is bromine. So now the light particles are being crushed from the crystals. You have the iodine already present. You also have the copper and the silver and the samarium already present also. You probably have some low-grade type of gold that's present there too. And the new grade of gold forms along the bromine. Hence, there's a new, it forms. We now have a crystal form of gold. It's another form of crystal. So it's forming along the bromine.
You're saying that the gold was put out by the volcano and then formed up into...
And again, it was giving off the light particles, and the new gold started to form along the bromine, which is in the kelp.
Where did the gold come from?
It is now, there was no gold, it was low-grade gold, but now we're talking about a high-grade gold. And the light particles given off by the crystals of titanium in the rose quartz and in the amethyst, where now the light particles are being collected and started to form on the molecules. The molecules started to form together along the bromine. And so hence, why do gold mine fields, they have all these random patterns that don't make any sense at all. What they're doing is following the kelp. You have nuggets, and your kelp has nodules on it, and those nodules can get as big as your fist in Alaska. The farther north you go and the colder water you get, the bigger the nodules are in kelp, and the bigger, hence, the nuggets.
Would it make more sense for the gold to have been in the magma being excreted by the volcano? That would be consistent with a lot of the other theory that's around.
Now, again, Discover Magazine, which we'll get into here in just a moment, also kind of backs up what I'm saying. So basically what you need, what I feel for high-grade gold, is you have to have two ingredients. You have to have a volcano and you have to have a seabed. And then the volcano exploding, the magma coming down, encasing, most likely the new gold is formed, I feel, within 2 to 4 months, and it follows all these random type of patterns. Just so happened I was in a gold mine 2 days ago in California, and you look at the veins, and the veins have this swirl to them, just as if it was the ash and etc., or the plume was turning and churning. In fact, what they call as a star pattern in gold mines is because it has this random pattern, but it's like churned, which would follow as the lava came down, hit it, and churned it. So again, this is somewhat per se of a proof, etc., or indication. It's not proof, but it's indication again that we are light at the molecular level, and that the Earth is constantly regenerating itself, and that in the beginnings there was probably simple elements, but volcanoes then and the activity make more complex type of elements. There are simple elements and there's more of a complex or high grade type of elements.
Is that because of the stream heat?
I feel that the heat has something to do with it. I feel it's because the
Philosopher's Stone monoatomic gold
within
fever.
3 or 4 weeks after it's
Or
already
should
down,
take
it's
your
cool.
fever away
So
if you do it
the heat
right.
has something to do with it, but not as
Don't
much as the
oxidize.
pressure.
Prayers
Pressure is
are
on
with
those crystals to
you
give
all
up those
for
light particles, and then
you
those
and your
light particles
families
then
for
form the
great
new
health
gold
and
along the
peace be with you
bromine
all.
inside of the kelp. So also,
So let's say you have to read an incredibly long email from your boss that you have to finish before the big meeting starts.
in nature, there are just so many types of light particles and harmonic tones that can come together. And when there are so many light particles packed into a molecule, then the harmonic tones start to become distorted. And as this process of the volcano is constantly churning and moving types of various elements and etc. all together and putting them together, then the harmonic tones from the sun and the earth, because of the presence of the light particles, they start to become distorted. And as they're distorted, then the light particles start to come out in very high angle, high velocities, etc. And this is basically also the foundation of radioactive. What does a Geiger counter do? And so radioactivity is where there is so much packed into a molecule it can't hold it. And then the harmonic tones holding it together become distorted. And that's the foundation for radioactivity. Question?
You would comment on some of the alchemy of, say, 1300s transmutation developments, and then if you have time, just comment on, say, Walter Russell.
First question is alchemy, transmutation of elements, but basically what you're doing is all you're doing is moving light particles. And light particles will not transmute or move unless it is some sort of geometric type of angle. These are now what is known as trines and oppositions, etc. in geometry. A particular type of element will not transmute into what is called a square, into a 90-degree angle, but also into what is known as a conjunction, an element close to it, or an element that is within 120 degrees, 60 degrees, what is known as complementary. So transmutation is, yes, very possible, highly, highly possible, highly probable. It takes place all the time, but it only will happen under geometric types of conditions. And it will not happen under other certain types of geometric conditions. The work of Walter Russell, I've read practically all of his books. What's interesting, though, is also I was exposed to a lot of Rosicrucian material, and I find that a lot of stuff that was in the Rosicrucians is also Walter Russell. And it would be interesting to find out if Walter Russell was a Rosicrucian, and was he a spokesman for them. It was really interesting that, as we've seen here, the elements that are placed in correctly to make a 96 element table were placed in strategic areas. The Walter Russell table, all the elements, additional elements, were placed before hydrogen and after uranium. Very convenient. And so the Walter Russell table has never really made that much sense to me. And as for also looking at a lot of the Rosicrucian material, it looks like that's where he got a lot of his material from, and didn't credit them. Yes. Rosicrucians, Masons, Rosicrucians, secret societies, etc. And if you look, just a friend of mine, her.
All right, I'm gonna have to pause it right there for a second, because I believe that this guy is the bias of negativity of thinking the Rosicrucian. Well, actually, I don't know for sure. Maybe he is correct in his assumptions of and questioning of if Walter Russell was a Rosicrucian. But I myself, just reading the lesser circulation of Rosicrucian alchemy. So this is the one of vegetables, I believe, and metals, I think, maybe, or the metals might be the second one, the grand circulation. That one I have yet to find or read. There's two of them, but it was the most detailed, the Rosicrucian lesser circulation of alchemy. I highly recommend everybody who is interested in this field of alchemy and experimentation, or monoatomics, cold fusion, any of these, HHO, all of this electrolysis and alchemy and cold fusion, the transmutations of the metals, but for scientific in the lab experimentation, is contained in the understandings or the teachings of these ancient Rosicrucian alchemy texts. And they were extremely censored, classified, compartmentalized, secret society within these ancient lost societies, civilizations, but also this continued ongoing Rosicrucian secret society. But I have no affiliation with Rosicrucians, although when I was a Mason for a couple of years, never made it past the first degree because just it's too Zionist for me, to be honest. Anywho, there was a lot of great access in there, but also within their Freemason community, they seem to revere, respect, and almost fear the Rosicrucian order, and as if it was this higher above them, like authority or source or whatever. But the point of it all being, I've only been able to find and read the first of the Rosicrucian books on alchemy, which talks about how you get the oils out, essentially also different minerals, different herbs, the chemical component, the, gosh, what are the words I'm looking for? Stoner, smoked a took a bong hoot weed on the break. Sorry, brain fart. Anywho, the essential chemistry, medicine aspects of ancient alchemy in the real sciences of the 18, 17, 16, 15, 1400s, well documented, actually makes sense. It was real practical medicine. It was through extracting the oils and the what is the word I'm looking for? And essentially the natural drugs of the plants or medicines of the plants. What's the particle? Anyway, I can't get hung up on the word. It will eventually come to me. But it was the actual science of it and understanding plant life, herb life, medicine of it, as well as health into the animal and human, and then the greater circulation of Rosicrucian alchemy is supposed to be the metals one, and where it actually talks and explains in depth the real transmutations, cold fusion of one metal into another and whatnot. And I also believe Platonic solids, real Pythagorean theory, not just of the triangles, but of this grand universal scale, sacred geometry structure of harmonic resonances, I guess of the octaves. Yeah, the octave. So it's the... I'll have to rewatch what I just said, but that was a decent description. And that although it's known within certain aspects of secret societies, it's also maybe not all there, some of it lost, but it being this universal language that when you truly understand it and get it, this alchemy pictographic language that I'm working on, deciphering. It is, once you get it, you connect to the collective consciousness, you get it, you disconnect, you sounded insane trying to explain it all, but it is the great works, the so-called God particle, and that it's just different genius minds, interpretations, and experiences of using it and learning it and trying to apply it throughout. That, for instance, Walter Russell's diagrams and whatnot are from, and that's why I never try to claim that I've discovered anything, because it's all rediscovering. And yeah, we're all in this together. So on that note, everything else that this genius has stated and said in this video so far has been just bang on and amazing. So let us continue to it. And yeah, enjoy.
Uncle died, and he had been a Rosicrucian ever since he was 20, and he died at 80, and he had all of their papers, and they're supposed to go back. So we broke open the box and looked at everything. See? That's what happened.
say any about Michael Rudin's?
Yes, I know Mark. I knew Mark when he first started that up, and to this day, that when he first showed it to me, to this day, I don't understand it. So.
But you do have some of his.
We are both creature and molder of our environment.
Yes, somewhat to a certain degree. His name, a guy by the name of Mark Rodin. He's out of San Diego originally. I met him approximately 8 years ago when he first came up with his tables, or I don't even know what it's really called. I still don't understand it. Go ahead. The only thing was called the golden angle or the golden mean, and I'd never. Okay, I'm not familiar with that. The only thing that I again come up with is that, remember, the elements drop at 3.75 degrees. You can also add that to hertz. Start at 3.75 hertz. Start doubling them and double that number. And what I feel is that there is an area called background noise, and that occurs anywhere between 1,000 hertz up to 5,000 hertz. So that's be about 1920 hertz to approximately 3,600 to I think it's 600 or 6,000 hertz. And they consider that being background noise. I feel that's not background noise. What it is that's where we're manifested at in that range. It's between 1920 hertz, double that, that's 380, 340, something like 384 hertz. And that's our range. That's our dimension. Now, if we shifted it up and we went to a higher rate, that could be another dimension. So it could be multitudes of dimensions of our particular harmonic range starts at 1920 hertz, and then double that, that's now 3840, and that's our range. Divide 96 into that, and the elements drop every 20 hertz. And so that's our range per se. And then another dimension could have another range. Yes. No, that's a new one. No. I've seen some of the videos on that, but I've never really connected it with this. No. So now we also said that we are light at the molecular level. And we also said the top three elements were hydrogen, oxygen, and phosphorus. Every organic substance has to have those three critical elements, or it's not an organic substance. Hydrogen, male, yang, oxygen, feminine receptive, phosphorus, which is one of the most fascinating elements as far as I'm concerned. Phosphorus being male and female, and receptive, and also generating out. The DNA helix that we always see pictures of the winding coil, 99.5% of the DNA helix is made of phosphorus. The sheath that covers your nervous system is made of phosphorus. The mitochondria, which is the powerhouse of the cell, its key element is phosphorus. You either have adenosine diphosphate or adenosine triphosphate. So phosphorus being a key element literally in our cells and what covers our nervous system. So we talked about before of a tachyon type of state where particles are traveling above the speed of light. You cannot see them. There's no way that our sensory types of devices can, per se, see this level. And the elements then, or the particles of light at that time, are moving in a caduceus coil manner, which helps it and assists it to stay above the speed of light. Then we have the chemical element that is traveling below the speed of light. And now, sitting in between all of that is the phosphorus that it can absorb light and transmit light at a different frequency. S.W. Trump discovered that moving liquid creates an electromagnetic field. And so that means that our whole bodies are nothing but generators of electromagnetic fields. The lymphatic system, the vascular system, creating an electromagnetic field. However, that electromagnetic field just doesn't go out into the ethers or out into the universe. What happens is the next key thing, and that is the neuron activity along the nervous system is firing into that electromagnetic field. We have the moving liquid creating an electromagnetic field, and then the neuron activity in the nervous system is firing into that electromagnetic field, creating billions of vortexes. The smaller vortexes we call acupuncture points. The larger vortexes, which are in the upper portion of the body, the most neuron activity in the body is in the upper portion, and the most liquid moving is in the upper portion, and we call them chakras. Again, chakras, acupuncture points are the moving liquid creating an electromagnetic field, and that electromagnetic field is vortexed by the neuron activity in the nervous system. Why is this so key? Now, setting in that whole bath of vortexes and etc. is the phosphorus of the DNA. We now have a particle traveling faster than the speed of light, which is, we're going to call it a 0 point, which doesn't make any sense to me. I don't like that word. Again, I like to use the more word of tachyon state. We are constantly in this flow of energy that is above the speed of light, that is beyond our dimension. However, the vortexes of the body then tumble and slow those light particles above the speed of light and process them in a very special type of manner. And when that light particle that has been processed by the chakra or the acupuncture point is then entered into the phosphorus in our DNA or the phosphorus along our nervous system, it is slowed, tumbled, and then enters the phosphorus. And as it then exits the phosphorus, it is now the light particle for a new element. We are constantly moving light in and out of our bodies from the tachyon state to the chemical element state. Reverse the process. Now, the chemical element state is now pushed through by the nitrogen into the phosphorus, and now it becomes a tachyon particle. It is now sent out by the vortexing, by the chakras and by the acupuncture points. That particle that leaves you is holographic. It has all the information about you. And it can be picked up by another life form, organic, that also has phosphorus in it too, which is plants and animals, etc. The animals have 96 chromosomes. We humans have 92. We have 48 chromosomes. They have 48. We have 46, which means that there's 96 strands of DNA material in animals. There's 92 in us. All animals, all life, all animals have 96 or 48 chromosomes. As far as the last research I knew is they had 48 chromosomes. All animals do. We humans have 92. That is the last time I looked, last time I researched. And so their whole array is now on automatic mode. We don't get as much information as they do. Because their whole array of 96 is there, they're working, we want to call it instinct. A mother raccoon that has no mothering, has had no mother whatsoever when having a child, can immediately go into a mothering mode, is because there is so much information that they are receiving, but it's automatic. We are at 92, and we don't have that same type of information. So the old adage, less is more. We have more freedom. We're not on the automatic mode. So we're constantly moving energy and light from our cells through our phosphorus and out into a tachyon state. And I told you I was going to shake your reality. But think about the logic. Logically, The adrenal gland somehow can produce a tremendous amount of chemistry immediately. And if it had those chemical elements sitting in there all the time, you'd poison yourself. So basically, what the phosphorus, the chakra system allows is that when there is a stress of any sort, immediate chemical elements can be made. Also, when someone is shot, you have a trauma, you automatically go into dry mouth and shock. Where does that liquid go to? When you're in some sort of shot or your car accident and you go into shock, and you literally have a dry mouth immediately. Where does the liquids go? And I've asked this to a lot of MD emergency doctors. I said, well, you know, here we are in trauma, and we have to fluid resuscitate. Where does that liquid go to? Oh, well, they said the adrenaline glands absorb it, or the adrenaline absorbs it. And I said, well, that means you'd have to bloat then, rather than disappear. It didn't make any sense. Basically, what is happening then is that the cell is moving out. That liquid around the cells, same thing as when a jet plane is in trouble, what does he want to do? He wants to dump his fuel. And the same thing, the body wants to dump its fuel during a trauma. So all the unnecessary liquids are turned into a tachyon state immediately. And then, hence, we go into what's called shock. And we need to be fluid resuscitation. We need to be resuscitated by fluids. I am convinced that the Sexual Reproduction Act has to do with the way we move from the tachyon state to the chemical element state. When a woman has moisture and a male has an, and the way you process the tachyon and looked at the way that the body reacts in the various elements.
Tachyon sexual what? No, thank you on that.
So I wish that's the best way to answer it. Okay, we up on slides, Larry? Larry, are you there?
Larry, calling Larry.
Slides. No, slide projector.
Bernie, do you got slides? No, I don't, because I still need to get my StreamYard reconnected so I can display slides again.
The slide projector is already broke down?
Oh, okay. And Larry, the slide projector is broken. I just have to
describe this. I'm also now part of a project. Okay, I'm part of a project, and I'm just going to show you pictures of this.
All right, so on that note, we will cut it short to the not play to the end of that video discussion. It was extremely good. I'm going to have to rewatch that again in full, and just so much information to absorb. Tesla Tech always having just such phenomenal presentations, presenters, discussions, and everything they do. Shout out to you, Steve. Well done. Okay, so change the color again. Ooh, it almost matches to what I'm wearing. And that Burn Cron bear, Burn Cron, because I'm Bernie and I do Burn Cron. Isn't that right, Bert and Ernie? Bert and Ernie equals Bernie. Does that mean if they were gay that I'm gay with myself? I don't know. Is that a question for the transgenders? Do I get blocked for saying that? I'm sorry. Anywho, okay, what I was actually meaning to share and do and finish off for all of you to blow your minds one last time, the Bosnian pyramids part with the Faram Foundation's work with geoglyphs. So this Bosnian pyramid geoglyph mapping out where the radials go at what time. Supposedly he says it's 36,000 BCE that they were around. So one specifically goes to Moscow from Bosnia from around 40,000 years ago, and encoded in these Bosnian pyramids that are literal mountain pyramids in Bosnia Herzegovina. Here they are. One more of the radials mapping out. went into more depth of this earlier if you're just catching up now. But the point being that supposedly with the best interpretation of this insane discovery and deciphering of these geoglyphs and the maps that they make and all of these ancient megalithic monument constructions, that these mountain pyramids in Bosnia from 40,000 years ago pointed to the southern boundary of Russia, of modern day Russia, 40,000 years ago, and that it somehow this pre-antediluvian, pre-younga dryas civilization, global world civilization from many resets ago, most likely, had the same borders as we do today, essentially. And just to add to it even more and keep you guys and gals and everyone fascinated, because it's talking about old world Moscow, potentially 40,000 years ago, he brings up, well, look at that. We have one heck of a citadel star city of Moscow, and beautiful that he goes into interpreting it. And that is going to be a show with me and Campbell and Olaf the Sverker all on its own. Anywho, from the Moscow radials, look at this. So the geoglyphs in old Moscow in the street design, so it's like through these streets, he takes the angles and the distances and puts it out. Wow, all the way to the Kuril Islands, to the boundary of China, modern day China, and not to Japan. It stops at Japan at the Okasawa, at the Kuril there. Just, it's still modern day Russia's current boundaries. And this is in supposedly geoglyphs from 40,000 years ago in Moscow, or at least 9,500 years BC. So 11,500-year-old potential geoglyphs from the Moscow. Oh, maybe, sorry, stage the, okay, it's top of Bosnian pyramid. We're back to the Bosnian pyramid, I guess. So isn't that just fascinating, though? That, so look at this. So back to this baby. I gotta download this one. Let's see. And so Russia, exact same boundaries from both Moscow geoglyphs as well as the Bosnian pyramid, mountain geoglyphs. And if that hasn't blown your mind enough, so this is like the Prussian, Hungarian, European, or the EU, essentially. Look at that. That is the EU boundary right now. Look, so, wow. So the Bosnian pyramid geoglyph thing essentially maps out the modern EU, essentially, and then Moscow is its same old ones. And look at that beautiful piece of Antiquitech that Faram has included in his studies. Russia European border marking, yeah, like, so look at that. So it's Tartarian Antiquitech as you can get. And I would love to interview and talk to Arthur Faram one day, because he is one heck of a discoverer, archaeologist, anthropologist, researcher, and true academic in the real sense of the word, not in the false. He's what Bob Greenier is to real cold fusion and physics and electrical engineering and modern academia in cold fusion, we'll just say, as Arthur Faram is to real actual alternative history archaeology and his geoglyph discoveries. So if you didn't have your mind blown with that, just you wait another 30 seconds, because that's not all I have lined up for you. Can you still hear me, or am I very weak in voice? here we go. So now this is the Yanaguni one, I guess. So this is Yanaguni pyramid itself, of course. 400 feet underwater Yanaguni pyramid. Hopefully you can all hear me. I know it's probably a little bit weaker. Sorry, I'm on the other computer, guys. So Yanaguni location east of Taiwan. It's the southernmost island of the Japanese islands and country. This is a diagram from above. A diagram from above of the Yanaguni structure that is 400 feet below the sea level off of the southernmost Yanaguni island of Japan. Now, most people in this community are looking into alternative history, or if you've seen the Yanaguni pyramid before, then you've seen this archaeological rendering of the overall structure. And now, to blow y'all minds, let's geoglyph it and see what Faram has deciphered out of these walls. So he literally measures the walls and the angles of the lengths of the walls or the carvings of this structure, and that's where he's pulling these measurements out of, that he's mapping out onto the globe, that literally aligns and points directly to each of these other sacred ancient sites everywhere and creating these territories. So this is Japan's underwater pre-Younga dryas, 400 feet down pyramid structure, and it's deciphering by Faram. So he plotted the hell out of it. And look at all those places that it maps out to. Sweet dreams, Victoria Freeman, and to you all. Thanks everyone who watches this, who's here now, or partaken, or partakes at some point in the future. All right, so right here, there's these are the radials of the geoglyphs of the Yanaguni pyramid structure mapped out, and so that it's all coming from that little point that is just to the east of Taiwan, which is the sunken 400 feet down off of the southernmost tip of the Yanaguni Island, which is the southernmost island of the current Japanese nation of Japan, which coincidentally, we saw that Moscow radial mapped out right before this, and how there was I believe it's called the Kuril Islands. Pretty sure. Anywho, fought over between Japan and Russia during World War II, and Russia won the back and are Russian to this day. And anywho, it's the exact same territory mapped out. And if you can see in this Japanese Yanaguni map, it goes all the way to the tip of Hawaii, which, well, they did attack that during World War II at their height. And it's, let me get a little bit bigger picture for everyone to see of the next map, get a better understanding idea of what the hell I'm talking about. So right here, look at this. This is the territory held by the Empire of Japan during World War II at the height, and it is identical, straight right up to the Kuril Islands there, through the coast of China down through Thailand and back up and trying to take out where they got Midway, and then trying to take out Hawaii and trying to reclaim it. That same territory right there as mapped out in right here. I wish this was larger and that you could see it. It also discludes, it goes around this ancient part. It goes around Korea. They never attempted to get Korea. It was not part of this Japanese territory. But in this Yanaguni structure mapping, it literally got Papua New Guinea down there, almost to the Solomon Islands. Doesn't actually touch Australia, but goes all the islands along there through Indonesia, Thailand, and whatnot. And yeah, it's just mind-boggling indeed, how it is. And then here's some geoglyphs off of Taiwanese island. So just this would be just west of the Yanaguni structure and island. Are these other geoglyphs that he's found under the ocean, just off the coast of Taiwan island. And there are also these same radials going through, confirming part of it. So just absolutely fascinating that throughout a full epoch of the grand cycle of 26,000 years through the heavens and the, oh my goodness. It's a Bach tune. It's the tilt of the earth, the precession. There we go. An entire precession of time has changed, and yet the boundaries of these territories and different empires remains the exact same and being fought over and existing to this day. The exact. It's just, it blows my mind, and I don't know if it hasn't blown yours. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, like, I'm going to post a link for everyone because please, we all need to look into it more. And once you get onto it, it's a rabbit hole that just kind of stays with you. So let's end that share, and we will end things off. All right. Well, of course, there'll be the Brucey bonus after, and a little bit more alchemy explaining of my own experiments before we end. So this is Steve's place. This is same Steve that puts on Tesla Tech, runs the Tesla Tech YouTube channel, and that the video we just watched from. And this is also on his Tesla Tech channel, the new lives that he does every Sunday. Highly recommend that you check them out if you are into this stuff and haven't already. I will post the link in the live chat as well for this video and the Tesla Tech YouTube channel. But this is Steve's Place Live with Randy Powell. And if you don't know who Randy Powell is essentially, he took Marco Rodin's mathematics and then created the Rodin, what he called the Rodin coil, the vortex-based coils out of Marco Rodin's vortex-based mathematics. So this is the Randy Live. So where that previous presentation we were watching was 90s or early 2000s Tesla Tech presentation, this is literally filmed last Sunday, less than a week old, brand new Randy Powell and Steve on the Tesla Tech channel. So let's give her a listen because I've been meaning to catch up on it. And shout out to Steve, as well as let's hear what Randy Powell has been up to, because he is a genius all in his own vortexian field for a long time. Sorry about that. I will eventually figure out how to get connect everything to get the ad blockers and connect my account so that I can run it on the right thing with stupid ad blockers. And in the meantime, let's see if she shall load. There we go.
Project in a way. And I do at this point, Marco is like a family member to me. And so I always give homage to him and his discoveries. As some people may or may not know, he's been working on this project since he was around, I don't know, I think 15 or 16, and he's now in his 60s, so it'll be about almost 50 years of work from his end has gone into this. And I only really intersected with that in the last 15 or so, roughly. And so, a lot happened before I came
1:30 a.m. in Calgary, Alberta, where I currently am.
But that also, our connecting, happened to coincide with YouTube coming up and Marco getting his first videos up in the early days of YouTube. And that's where his work was able to get out to a wider audience. It was a pretty narrow audience at first. And when I first released my videos, I had no idea that they would be viewed hundreds of thousands or millions of times. I probably would have thought more about them at the time when I put those initial videos out. And that's still because the internet has this sort of timeless quality. That's still where a lot of people know me from. It's just those early videos I did. Steve was just asking me how old I was now. I'm 43 years old now, and I was still in my 20s when I did those videos. So a lot's gone on, a lot's happened, and I think there's still a lot to happen with this. There certainly is. The final chapter has not been written on this, and that's where everybody who's listening now comes in. So let's talk about what it is. I'll glean over just a little bit of this in the beginning of the book. I skipped over the intro. So vortex-based mathematics. This intro says vortex-based mathematics is a type of mathematics. As Russell P. Blake, former director for Microsoft Advanced Future Operating Systems, said, this has never existed before in academia and has been overlooked by all conventional science. Blake has been very clear in stating he believes it will transform all technology and science. It is well known that a civilization cannot evolve further than the level of their mathematics. The name is vortex-based mathematics because it is based upon whether the underpinning nested vortices are staggered or aligned, which determines the function of the molecule and creates the ultimate quantum computer that obsoletes all existing quantum computers. So leave it to Marco to just jump right in. I'm sure a lot of that is very esoteric and obscure to a lot of people. And just in many levels, that's been a lot of my role in this, is just helping to distill it. I am a rare bird as well, who I identify and feed off of Marco's sort of everything all at once style. And that's sort of how my mind works. But I think I've been a teacher for many years. I teach martial arts, and I also teach kids and teach school. And that's helped me to at least be able to learn how to distill things in a slightly more linear way. So what does all that mean? Vortex-based mathematics, that Marco's always made very big claims about it. That's part of the attractive thing right in the beginning. Ideas like being able to produce unlimited energy, inexhaustible energy, to tap into what is commonly called the 0 point. That's the term that I generally like to use as opposed to free energy or other things, but you could call it what you want. And all the implications that has, like being able to produce unlimited food, Maybe not an obvious implication, but partially what he's referencing here in the end of that sentence that I read is the ability to affect or cure all diseases by being able to tap into what's really going on with the DNA, the double spiral helix, and its more complex interactions. Because vortex-based mathematics has made specific predictions. And that's one of the reasons why we refer to it as under that umbrella of the grand unified field theory or the gut equation, because it has been able to make predictions that are both relevant to, say, physics, electrical engineering, as well as chemistry and biology, and even computing and other things. So anything that you can apply mathematics to, you can, the idea is that you can apply vortex-based mathematics to it. It's a system that's based, instead of based on analysis and the sort of attempt to reassemble a multiplicity of terms, it's a method based on synthesis, which is a simple equation that sort of works as a philosopher's stone. You can throw anything at it, and it's gonna give you new information, and it's ultimately gonna reveal to you the secrets of how it works. And that's not just science. I'm here. This is Tesla Tech. I'm talking about technology. I've been talking about technology for years. I personally, it's not really my interest. I mean, I am interested in helping people, but for the most part, I only got involved with technology because, as Marco said early on, technology is a gauntlet, like the old medieval gauntlets. And with a gauntlet, you can only make a forward escape. You can't go back. So it's, technology is either going to destroy us or we're going to solve the riddle of it. We're going to somehow unify it in a way that liberates us instead of destroys us, because I think right now we're on the fast track to total enslavement by technology, and that's the opposite of where we're trying to go with VBN. So that's really why I've thrown in with this. But the reality to me is that this gives you an understanding that's far more profound than technology, an understanding of life, of consciousness as the basis of scientific observation, which is also coming out now more with people like Bernardo Castro and others who are making these arguments, and I think doing well with it to overturn the materialist model. But vortex-based mathematics gives it the true matrix. It gives it the numbers. It gives it a real detail and specificity that I think many other and all other models to some degree are lacking. And so the real value of that for me has always been just the confirmation, and also I didn't really need the confirmation, but the ability to explain what I already knew by experience. Because for me, the reality is we are already the technology. We are already immortal. We are already capable of all of these things. But through technology, it gives us to externalize that. And that may be for good or ill, only time will tell. So let's look into a little bit more about what we're talking about with all this. So vortex-based mathematics. Okay, ultimately Marco developed a very simple equation. Let me see if I can just skip ahead so a little bit better image on that. Here we go. Okay, so you can see that basic equation, which should be a circle with 9 numbers going around the circle. Okay, you have the 9 at the apex, and it's the only number that aligns over the 0, which is not at the geometric center of the circle, by the way. It's offset. And that's very significant. It's much like your DNA is not symmetrical, but offset. And what is it that's offsetting it? It's that red pyramid there, composed of the 3, 9, and 6. It's the Holy Trinity, if you will. The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. It's the Trinity of Spirit and God, God's divine energy, which is creating this other representation or manifestation, this doubling circuit that you see, the 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 pattern that many people are familiar with. And if you're not familiar, I know I'm going to gloss over some of this stuff because this is a short format, and my goal here is not really to get deep into explaining mathematics because it's not really the best format for it. And there are many other talks talking about that. But I want to give everybody just a general sense of what's going on. So Marco discovered this equation that had these 2 separate components, this 3, 9, 6 pyramid triangulation focused on the number 9 at the apex, and this closed loop circuit, which over time we would come to see represents what we call the physical world of mass, the world of manifestation. Okay, but I'm going to go back just a second and just come back to where we were. Ultimately, that equation predicts these forms that you see throughout, this shape called a torus or a donut. Now, the ones at the top of this page are from more complex base systems, and that is where a lot of the work that I've done comes into. These are artistic representations done by Chuck Middaugh. He's a great artist and animator that we've worked with and hopefully will continue to work with. Marco did also want me to mention that we are looking for more people to help with animations and art for upcoming videos that we want to get out there and to help explain this. The great thing about vortex-based mathematics is it's 100% visual. Everything that I can say about it can be represented visually. And for most people, that's tremendous. You know, I mean, this is the reason why this is unifying the different maths, is because it makes everything geometric, whether it's the functions of calculus or trigonometry or any other type of mathematical insight algebra. They're all occurring in a 3D space, 3D geometric space, which is the bounded infinity, right? It is the closed system of the physical universe. Okay, so ultimately the equation that Marco came up with through a lot of many years of work predicted this shape of the torus. That was where I kind of came along and intersected with it, but I was having certain problems when I was trying to work with it. And so I was ultimately able to come up with a method to move along any given axis and know what was happening on every other axis, because that's the beauty of the numbers functioning as an absolute unity, is that in the true fashion of a hologram, of being a mathematical hologram, by knowing what's happening in any location, you can know what's happening in every location. And that's why it can obsolete the Heisenberg uncertainty principle and a lot of these sort of seeming contradictions that are found within the observations of quantum mechanics, but they're not actually truly contradictions. It's just what happens at the barrier where light, even a single photon, will affect the system. So there, it's the observation, not actually your consciousness, I believe, that's affecting the system, but the light, the observation. So ultimately, what is this torus about? Well, we see the torus shape all throughout nature. I believe that every atom is a type of a torus. We see it in our human body as a torus, which sucks things in at the top, shoots them out at the bottom, has an upright vertical axis, has bilateral symmetry. Our blood cells are in the shape of the torus. We see it in the Earth's magnetic field and in the galaxies, and perhaps even in the flying saucers. All of these are representations of the torus. Now, even in the DNA, it took me many years to be able to find the science to back this up. And I actually have a colleague now who's working on this, and we're hopefully going to be getting together to collaborate on.
I actually emailed Jason Verbelli a link to this live stream earlier tonight randomly.
It would actually be many different
his work, and hopefully we'll schedule something
many
with him soon because he's
double
amazing.
helical strands to bond together to form a torus in the DNA, and that's actually now been shown to be true. So we see these toroids in the DNA. You see them in the enzymes that unzip them, unwind them, digest them, all these different things, all using the function. This is just nature's ecological system. It represents the perfect form of creation for God, and it also represents perfect harmonics, perfect sound, to the point even of absolute silence, right? Perfect harmony, to blend in with everything, to become one with everything, to resonate with everything, to know everything. That's what this is. It's a harmonic machine. And everything that's functioning, all of energy, is actually really sound-based. So that's where we come back to the old scriptures and everything. In the beginning was the Word. So the vibratory essence of all that exists, as Margot says, is no longer on its elusive hide-and-seek trip. It's been found. With the introduction of vortex-based mathematics, you'll be able to see how energy is expressing itself mathematically. Each one of these numbers represents a harmonic nodal point, just like a note on a keyboard. Okay, they represent nodal points where waves are curving, and the torus itself models perfect wave dynamics. So many of you, who I'm sure are very astute in all these subjects, already see the relevance. This math has no anomalies and shows the dimensional shape and function of the universe as being a toroid or a donut-shaped black hole. This is the template for the universe, and it's within our base 10 decimal system. Okay, so as Marco says, we don't really have 10 fingers, we have 5 fingers, and they're mirror images where the thumbs are opposals, right? Everything is based on spin symmetry and on the axis, and that's ultimately what vortex-based mathematics is showing. Okay, it's showing the pathway of spirit. So what is spirit? He says here, the wholes and the parts, as above, so below, so within is the soul, sanctified mirrors in a holographic universe. So we get the sense of the holographic universe, but what is this hidden thing in it? Where is the dark energy? Where is that source of time, motion, and vibration? And what is it? In a way, it's undefined, right? In a way, it's dimensionless, except where it's intersecting. That's just how subtle and perfect it is. It's very difficult to talk about. We refer to it in a sort of negative theological way, almost by saying what it isn't. And one of the things that we do say about it, about this energy underlying the warping and curving of the relativity of the toroidal space-time continuum, this
All right. Edit. Okay. Hopefully you can hear me right now. No, not muted. Perfect. All right. So lastly here, guys and girls, all of you lovely souls joining us, I'm going to play one of my very oldies. One of my first on this channel. I think it's only got about 50, 60 views, but it was a myself, Campbell, and Mel Gibson alternate history research video where Michelle goes in depth to deep diving her research on the circuit board Earth theory with me and Campbell, and it is truly see, go through my videos, everyone. There is a lot of extremely good, literally weeks upon weeks of hours of this sort of research and more with so many other beautiful souls and researchers out there. Here we go. 79 views, 8 months old. Earth grid, atmospheric, electricity, alternative history with myself, Michelle Gibson, and Campbell. So I'm playing this one. Gonna make sure that the ads don't. Usually the ads don't pop up when I'm playing my own videos. So once I make sure that that is the case, then I'm gonna try to run to the store quickly.
And
so
it still has train services there today.
on that note, hope everyone enjoys this beauty. Oh, look at me. Only 8 months ago. How much has grown and how much has changed?
Cover before I go into it, but it involves some work that you did, Campbell, on your continent. And want to bring that up, and then we can talk about it.
Cool. Yeah, what's going on in my continent at the moment? A lot of energy and stuff rushing around.
Yep.
So that will be awesome. And hello to everyone who's joining us here. Redcat, Mike, VCs, Corey, John, Direct, Scott, Curtis, Ordinary Pete. You're not that ordinary, Pete. Come on. Corey, the Big Kush, Ed, Mike James, Jean, Marlene, Kim Ray, and everyone else who I can't read out because there's lots and lots of you there. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. And let's jump into it. Bernie's off. Oh, Bernie isn't there. I thought I was about to say you're not there, Bernie. What was that?
Bernie's busy. Mike and Callum joining us here too. All the lovely souls.
Yes. Hi, everybody.
Go. Shout outs galore. Oh, and Callum, yes, of course, talking about coffee. Just for a change. Welcome, Callum. All right, we'll hand it over to you, Michelle, and let's jump into it.
Oh, okay. I'm sure you want to do that. I'm game.
Yep.
So there's really, two big things I want to talk about tonight, but it could take us a bit. And I know you guys have some things to share too that's going to help spread the knowledge. But when I was looking at what I was going to talk about today, I'm going to go ahead and share the screen because with my work, it's much easier to
session.
Yes, much easier to show you than tell you. Much easier. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
So again, there were so many different ways I could go with this tonight, and then it was decided for me today when I started to do research for my next blog post and video. I'm going to start with something I did in my last video. That's most of you are familiar with my YouTube channel, so that's where you would have seen it. And I've been doing a series called Short and Sweet, and I've been following up on comments that people have suggested. Hey, go take a look at this, or you should look at that. And it's really, every time I've done this kind of work, it's taking me places that I would not have gone otherwise. And it's just it's fleshing out the bigger picture more and more. So some people directed me to Indianapolis, Indiana. And I just wanted to share with you what the Indianapolis Union Station looks like. And can everybody see Is the screen sharing going well?
Yeah, absolutely. And the big hydrogen wave pattern is the
Ooh.
centerpiece stained window there in the middle. I instantly noticed.
Yeah, nice machine.
So you've got the castle-like appearance. It looks like a cathedral, does it not? Cathedral castle.
Right?
Let's call it that. A cathedral castle with the big window.
Cathastle.
And I can't help but notice on the top what they call the bell clock tower there, the 5 or 6 slits that look like it's air cooling duct, or like, you know, like that's a machinery design, not necessarily a defensive design. I will just quickly point out before I mute myself.
I was thinking the exact same thing. Like seriously, they're venting, they're cooling vents.
And I've heard the word slot antenna used. I think Global Vision referred to those as slot antenna.
Okay, slot antenna, not the waveguide generator, something different.
I'm looking at these guys here on the bell tower.
Oh,
Okay.
in the
Those
tower
are-
you're looking at there, right? Up under the clock.
Right under the clock was where I was talking. The ones together there.
Okay,
But
so it
yes,
kind of looks
you're
like a
absolutely
radiator.
right. Yeah, the radiator, right?
Looks like a radiator right there.
And then you said Global Vision called the bottom ones
Slot antenna.
slot antenna. Okay.
These here. On some of the structures he was looking at. And then you've got the ubiquitous windows that are either 2s, 3s, and 4s that show up everywhere. And I've got lots more
They're
examples
for
that I'm not going
arches,
to go
though,
into.
Michelle.
Arches.
It's just, yeah, right. That's what they tell us, isn't it?
It's nice, isn't it? So that we are told was built in 1886, starting in 1886, and it opened. Oops, I got this. Okay, so this building was said to have been built in 1886. The original train station in Indianapolis was said to have opened in 1853. So we were told that this was the replacement train station. And it still has train services there today and bus services, but it is now a hotel and conference center. So this is what you've got on the
because when you're going to
inside.
build a train station, what you do is you build it the size of a hotel, clearly.
Obviously. So next one is,
Oh my gosh.
I got more. The next one is the Louisville train station. We've got it side by side.
Oh, is that, are you serious?
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Cut and
image
paste,
anyone?
right?
Looks like it.
Yeah.
It gets better.
This is the thing, right? They're factories. They're pieces of
There's gonna
machinery.
It gets better.
Sorry,
Gets
Michelle.
better. So on the left is inside the Indianapolis Union Station, and on the right is inside the Louisville Union Station.
No.
So you've
way.
got the windows.
So
Did you call it a
different
waveform?
frequencies slightly, yeah.
Yeah, different frequency.
Waveform generator.
And you've got the arches. You've got the, second floor balcony here. Beautiful architecture.
And they're always wooden too, aren't they? Those balconies, like that.
It looks
they
like
could
it.
easily be retrofitted. Yeah.
Mhm.
Interesting too.
So
that
on
the
the
arches, which arc, that those arcs arc up towards that window, up towards the frequency generator.
Mhm. So the one on the left is now primarily like a conference hall, conference center. And on the one on the right, I'm not sure exactly what it's used for. It looks like, there's got some things going on in there. I don't think it got converted to a conference center, but it's still open. It's still standing, which is amazing. Considering most of these older buildings get torn
It's the
down
room where the
before
clock
their
is.
time.
Like what? I'm just shocked that one of these structures, stayed intact for more than 3 years before. Right?
Exactly, and that's truth.
Yeah.
That's absolute
Made
truth.
of paper mache.
But it gets better. So if you look on Google Earth, there's only 172 kilometers distance between the two, or 107 miles. And when I was looking at Google Earth, I was trying to see if they were facing each other. That's hard to tell. But I think I personally think that they probably are facing each other. And again, with a relationship like that,
It would make sense. They're mirror
would make
images,
sense.
so yeah.
But it gets better. I had already seen the
But
Union
wait,
Station
there's more.
I had already seen the Union Station in Cincinnati from research I'd done on another alignment. And the Cincinnati Union Station is just a pure architectural wonder.
Oh, wow.
What is that? Sorry, is that a train station? Did you say?
It's a train station. Didn't you know that?
That's a train. What?
And
I'm sorry. Of
like,
course
they
it is. What am I
definitely
thinking?
had the air
It's not
blimp.
it looks.
They must have had the blimps.
It looks like the League of Justice.
Airship.
Yeah,
Yes, the League of Justice.
And actually, that's going to be in my next video, which I'm hoping comes out tomorrow, because somebody said, "Hey, that looks like the Hall of Justice and the superheroes back in the 60s and 70s," and it is.
Yeah,
It's the inspiration for it.
Is it really? Oh, well, there you go.
It is. Yep.
What is that green thing? Is that gardens, or is that? It looks like a football field.
Waterfall, maybe.
It's a fountain.
It is a fountain. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's water, is it? Okay.
So you got
like
resonating water
fountain.
flow
Okay,
going
yeah.
through.
And this is going to be on my my thing tomorrow. Get a little sneak preview.
A little sneak peek. Oh.
Yep. Let's see. Where is it? Indianapolis, I think is where it is.
And once again, I just have to remind everybody, Michelle's great point, that it's Piercing the Veil of Illusion is her website, that she does all of the work and documents it and lays out the information in blog posts of well-documented research, that it's all there for you to see and be able to verify for yourselves.
Thank you, Bernie. So this is what Campbell was talking about. Anybody ever watch Super Friends back in the 60s and 70s? That's what that's about, and that's going to be showing up in my next video.
It's a bit of a ominous image, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Big
And
shadow
then,
figures. We got Batman the vampire on the side.
and then come to find out, it was the inspiration for that image of the Hall of Justice. And it's one of many cities in the United States anyway. I'm not sure about Canada and other countries, but Cincinnati's called the Queen City. I know Charlotte's called the Queen City. I came across another Queen City. There's a bunch of them. And apparently this almost got destroyed, but they saved it, and it's still used as a train station, but it's got a lot of other stuff there. Big entertainment center now. But at the time that this was published, it looks like it was going to be going the way of the dinosaur.
Thank God. Like, it's just such a travesty. Like, they're more than just aesthetically pleasing. Like, they're just so beautiful, and the amount of work it would have actually taken to build these things, it's mind-blowing.
They're beautiful, and as all of this is about, they're scientific instruments.
Exactly.
5-minute warning.
Technology.
So this dome, this half dome at Cincinnati's Union Station, is the largest half dome in the Western Hemisphere. And what they're telling us, it used to be the world's largest half dome. I'm not sure where the the largest is now, but it's just an amazing. I mean, it's an amazing place.
I can't help but feel like that
look at the
was
way that's
portal
built.
that you'd walk through and pop in and out of the actual station.
Yeah, right, yeah. Well, yeah, it's funny they call it a station when you're not actually stationary when you're there. It looks like it's, you know, if you look at the front of the glass, if that's pumping out energy just going across that pond with all those step downs, those fractal sort of step, I mean, and then it's even got the pathways shooting out, you know, the energy in a burst there. It's just, this is the thing, you know, people say, oh no, they just built it, but they never talk about the plumbing systems, about the fountains, about why everything's so geometrically laid out, about why they all have the same features. It's, you know, that there's been a bit of this hyper focus on, oh, well, this building was, you know, this one building was this and this and this. Well, doesn't mean a lot in the bigger,
more
you
so,
know,
Campbell,
grand scheme. Of
plumbing.
course, there's false ones.
But you just
the
pointed out
plumbing.
the plumbing. But how about the ones that were claimed they couldn't make toilets in all of them, yet they can do these crazy fountains?
And
Right?
there's a
Very
story
good
behind the
point.
fountain. There's a story behind the fountain, and I can't remember exactly off the top of my head of what it was at this location. But again, with a lot of these, you know, classical architecture buildings that we see, they all have fountains, beautiful fountains. So I'm hearing what you're saying, and I'm agreeing. It seems like there's, you know, it's a connected system somehow between the building and the water and the shape of the fountain, things like that.
It's definitely, water was a big part of it, you know. And if they didn't have toilets and they weren't eating, they would have needed good water, I guess, with a lot more sort of energy in it, wouldn't they?
Right. You know, and that's just another great example of how ludicrous the narrative is. Yeah, they could
Exactly.
do
It
this,
just
but they
doesn't
couldn't do
make
that.
sense.
So, and that's right in there with the
Just looking at
fireplaces.
fountain here. Yep, fireplaces, chimneys. Fountain is, the etymology comes from spring. So it's actually got to do with to spring forth as well. Like to bring forth. You know, like spring, we have like the spring, the stream. But we also have like to you know, to spring, you know, things spring out of thin air kind of thing. So it's, yeah, that's kind of the etymology of fountain. So, you know, when you look into these words, they all have at least a slightly different meaning to what we've been told. And if you follow it down, most of it ends up at energy, really, doesn't it?
It does. It does. And there's so many more examples that keep coming up once you become aware of that. So we get back to our triangle here, which is pretty darn close to an equalizer.
So on that note, here is the link to continue watching the next 2 hours of the remaining video. I love you all. Thanks for joining in, and we will see you on the next one.
I'm just pointing out that
Ta-ta
there is a
for now.
relationship between these three stations.